I'm currently smudging as I type this out. The smoke from the sage is rising around me, cleansing the air. I'm praying for myself here, and for anyone who is reading this as well. I beg you, whenever you finish this, I want you to do the same. Light your sage, cedar, say your prayers, and protect yourself. Once you understood the secrets I'm going to tell you, the spirits will know, and so will the others. Bad medicine, how much do you know about it? In your culture, it might be known as witchcraft, bad juju, voodoo, black magic, brujeria. So when I talk about it on here, it's going to be all in the same context. However, we as Dene don't talk openly about witchcraft or bad medicine, especially about the spirits. I'm not referring to curses being cast or words being spoken out. That's just the surface level of things. I'm not even supposed to write these things out. Everybody in the REZ teaches you that speaking about witchcraft is to invite it into your life. When you speak of it, it listens. When you acknowledge it, it comes closer. And when it gets close, it's not gonna leave. You might see a shadow that follows you. It can be a sickness that creeps into your home, into you, or into your family. Among our people, it's not like what you might see in movies or read in books. It's something that's been twisted. Those who walk the road, those who give themselves over to the dark, become something else. They become evil, not just to themselves, but to all of those who cross their path. And I'm not specifically talking about skinwalkers. No, not at all. This is just the beginning of what goes on in their dark circles. I have a story to tell you, but before I get into that, let me explain why I'm telling you these things. I know you heard about skinwalkers, from how to become one, what they do in the graves, how they are literally the opposite of good, which you can easily look up. But there is one thing I have never heard somebody talk about when it comes to this, and that is the ceremonies these people who practice bad medicine, what these ceremonies are, and what they do. I do apologize if this offends anybody, if it feels like I'm crossing a line. Believe me, I thought about that. But some things must be said, even when it feels wrong to speak of them in my opinion. People need to know that this stuff is real. It exists, especially here on the Navajo REZ. You most likely heard about them too, maybe even seen them. Stories about them keeping pace with the car before disappearing into the night. Some say they wear the skins of animals, shifting between human and beast. The stories of how you must kill a family member, someone close to you, to truly take on the power of a skinwalker. But that doesn't really make sense when you think about it. What I actually mean is, yeah, you might have to actually kill a family member. But if that was the case, everybody would be walking around being a skinwalker, especially with all the crimes being committed. So anyways, I consider myself one of the lucky ones. In a time when so many of our people are losing touch with their own culture, when traditional teachings are slipping away, I have my grandpa. While there's others who might forget the old ways, my grandpa made sure we never did. He ingrained in us everything we needed to know. And while I'm still young, I will forever be grateful that he passed everything he knew on to us. From the moment that I was old enough to listen, my grandpa taught me the traditional way of life. He passed down our teachings, the ceremonies, our family history, and the songs of our people. Every detail mattered to him, and he made sure it mattered to us as well. It wasn't by chance that he did this. He knew so much because he had been taught the way of good medicine. He also claimed that in his younger years, he had been on the path to becoming an official medicine man. He trained under the elders, learned the prayers, the ways to heal, and all the ceremonies as well. My grandpa always said that the power of good medicine wasn't just about healing sickness. It was about knowing how to live in harmony with the world around you. He believed that everything had a spirit, and that it was our job to treat those spirits with respect. He introduced us to the medicine man in our community, those who would come whenever sickness would arrive, or when there was something that needed to be done. They would sing their songs, make offerings, and call upon the spirits for guidance and healing. But my grandpa's journey to becoming a medicine man was cut short. He never spoke much about why, but I remember the way his eyes would become whenever the subject would come up. He would simply say, "Something happened," and that was all. He would leave it at that. From what I was told, well, from what my father would tell me, it wasn't because he couldn't. He was on his way, respected by the elders in the community, but something changed. Something happened that he chose to step back from the calling, and he never returned to it. Even after everything, he remained a well of knowledge for the community. He carried the wisdom, but he never practiced medicine. At least not the way the leaders would. Whatever it was that made him stop, I know it stayed with him. And while he shared so much with us, there were some things he carried in silence. I know there's pride in knowing where you come from, and my grandpa made sure that we understood that. He taught us how to respect the land, how to give offerings, and how to listen to the spirits of our ancestors. He would often say, "These things, son, they are not just for us. They're for those who came before us, and for those who will come after. You carry them now, and you will carry them as you walk this journey." So while there were others who lost their way, I was raised very traditional, and for that, I will always be grateful. So hopefully that gives you some background on my grandpa and the relationship that me and my family had. Growing up, my grandpa always told me stories of his family, of our ancestors, of his journey in life growing up on the REZ. It was his way of bonding with us, sharing the lessons of our people through the power of storytelling, you can say. I can still remember the way we would sit around the fire, or sometimes just around in the living room with him, listening as he told us everything. He talked about his life, the history of our people. However, there was always something special about the stories that he would specifically tell me, alone. Those scary stories, they were the ones that really captured my attention. But my dad, he didn't like them. He did tell my grandpa to stop telling me these things. He didn't want me hearing them. Didn't want me growing up with those images in my head. And as time went on, he did stop telling me some of these stories. However, there was one that he told me late one night. I was spending the night at his home to take care of him, and he said he wanted to tell me a story. I, of course, pulled up a chair beside him, and he started. He asked me if I really wanted to know why he stopped pursuing being a medicine man. I nodded, and he simply said, "I came across a dark ceremony." He said it happened because someone in their circle of medicine man had turned to the wrong path, practicing the reversed evil ways. The people had been suspicious, but no one believed it would go this far. That's why they let their guard down. It impacted all the medicine men in training at the time. It wasn't some kind of test or lesson. Because of this, he said, he was no longer allowed to practice medicine. Even after a few decades they allowed him, but he simply didn't want to. He told me he had been in training when one evening, it was another medicine man's turn to guide them. Someone they trusted. They were all invited to a Hogan that evening. I'll tell you exactly how he told it to me, in his own words. As we entered the Hogan, one of the chief elders stood there, facing the north side of the Hogan, not moving. There was something wrong as soon as we walked in. It was 3 of us. Something about his silence and the way he stared that made me uneasy. We took a few steps closer, and that's when we saw it. A coyote's lifeless eye stared at the hole in the north wall. My heart sank. The north wall, it meant death. It was made to release a spirit, but it also trapped something darker inside. We were standing in a Death Hogan. I glanced at the elder standing beside me, confused. What are we doing here? My voice trembled in my head, but I didn't say it out loud. I didn't need to. We both knew we shouldn't be here. From the time that we were young, we were told to stay away from Death Hogans. It was drilled into us. never go near them, and never step inside. The elders warned us that the air in the Death Hogan is thick with something you can't see, something you can't fight. Whenever someone has died inside, especially in a bad way, the spirit becomes trapped in the walls, lingering with a darkness that's not meant for the living. To enter was to invite that darkness onto yourself. The elder beside me looked around. Finally, he broke the silence. "Why are we here?" he said under his breath, his voice low. The elder shook his head, his jaw tight. "This doesn't feel right. We're not supposed to even test things like this. The wall, it's been broken," I whisper. The elder next to me didn't respond right away, but his eyes never left that hole. He knew what it meant. I wasn't even aware at the time that this wasn't a normal ceremony. We were told it was a gathering to strengthen our bond, but I was wrong. I still thought it was part of the ceremony. The chief elder, the one that was supposed to be teaching us, walked over to the coyote that was on the ground, its body limp, and he began to gut it. I remember him whispering, saying something softly, even though I didn't understand the words. At first, I thought it was just a prayer, but something was off. He started pouring the coyote's blood into a bowl as he cut it from the anus to the throat, very precise as he worked the hide, not wanting to damage it, I could tell. The fire in the middle of the Hogan was burning hot. I watched him wipe sweat from his face as he continued. He then removed the eyes, the tongue, the throat, and finally, the skull and the brain. I could tell this wasn't his first time. He knew what he was doing. He fashioned the hood from the skull cap, fitting it as though it was a piece of his own skin. I know it's foolish of me to think this way, but I still wanted to think positive. Maybe this was something to honor the animal. Maybe. Even though a strange way to do it. He then tossed the rest of what he had taken out into the fire, and I remember him praying every time he did something. He then continued gutting the animal, removing the feet, front and back. The remaining fur was draped over his body, covering his chest and waist. He then reached into the fire, where he had placed some of the animal's body fat. He took the charred remains and mixed them into the bowl of blood, adding charcoal pieces until the mixture was thick and black. And as he did all of this, he prayed again. But I know it wasn't a prayer to the Creator. It wasn't anything that I had ever heard before. I know at this point you're wondering why we didn't get out of there. Well, the truth is, everything happened so fast. He wanted us to see what he was doing, and to be honest, I felt paralyzed. After mixing the charred fat and blood, I watched him step away from the fire. He moved over to an old blanket on the ground. As he lifted the edge of the blanket, the smell hit me. It was thick and rancid, filling the Hogan with the stench of death. I froze when I saw what was underneath. A body. At first I thought it might have been someone who had died in the Hogan, a spirit needing to be set free through the north wall. But no, this body didn't belong to the spirit of the Hogan. This was something else. I recognized the person. A drunk man, someone who had disappeared from Gallup a few weeks ago. I know because his family sought out help as to what happened to him. This had even been brought up at our meetings to pray for the community. The body was rotting, smell hanging thick in the air. The chief elder then bent down, taking from the body what he needed: teeth, bones, and skin. His hands moved quickly, cutting and peeling, as if it was nothing to him. He then took a large piece of the dead man's fat, rubbing it across his face and body. Then, he reached back into the fire, grabbing some ashes and smearing them over himself, blackening his skin. With the bowl of blood and fat in front of him, he dipped his hand into the thick paste. Slowly, he began to draw designs on his face and chest, lines and symbols that I didn't even recognize. He then took the coyote skin next, fitting it over his head and back, tying it back with a thin string. I remember the way he looked after that. He smiled. Perfect fit, he said, his skin blackened with ashes, the coyote's hide draped over him like a second skin. But he wasn't done. He moved over to the corner of the hogan, where he laid out a small piece of animal hide, something I couldn't recognize, but it felt wrong. There was something off about it. One by one, he started placing objects on it. A picture of a Navajo family standing in front of a silver RV, a broken piece of a whiskey bottle, strands of a woman's hair, a tooth of a snake, and bone fragments from the dead man who was there. He then placed each item carefully. But the last thing he added sent a shiver down my spine. A bullet. He reached back into the bowl of blood, scooping a handful and then splashing it across the hide and the items laid before him. The red spread everywhere, and I felt the air grow even heavier. Then, he poured more blood into a thin cup that he had, mixing in the blood of the dead man. As he did all of this, he began to whisper again. He then tied a bundle. Then, just as he finished, he said, "So tomorrow night, we'll see how tough you really are, Mr. Lawman." My stomach dropped. This wasn't just an evil ceremony being performed. It was also a curse. And whoever this Mr. Lawman was, he was marked for something terrible to come. The chief elder then moved over to the fire, tossing what was left of the coyote, its unused skin and the remaining blood and fat into the flames. I stood frozen. This wasn't supposed to happen. I had to get out of there. But before I could move, a sound from outside caught both of our attention. It was faint, but it was there. The chief elder's head snapped towards the north wall. He then whispered in a low voice, "You know it's bad to look into the north hole of the Death Hogan." As soon as he said this, you could hear the steps of someone running outside. I then felt a chill run down my spine. Someone had been watching us. The chief elder then said, "Whoever that was will soon be no more." That's when I was the first one to leave out of that forbidden place. I didn't know who else ran, but I know the other two also left with me. As I did, I looked back, and the chief elder just stood there, watching us go, not even moving. Whenever we ran, we all went different ways, and that was the last time I ever saw them. My grandpa then paused in his story. He then let out a small cough, barely noticeable, but there was something about the way he did it. His hand was trembling as he reached for his cup of tea. "Grandpa, are you alright?" "It's just this old body catching up with me, nothing more." He then set the cup down and looked at me for a long time before speaking again. "You know, ever since that night, I haven't been able to sleep the same. There's this feeling, the air from the Death Hogan still lingers. I can feel it after all these years. Sometimes, I wake up in the middle of the night, and it feels like I'm back at that place." "Grandpa, did you ever do anything about it? I mean, after what happened, did anyone help you?" I asked. He nodded slowly. "They tried. My elders performed the night chant ceremony for me. 9 days and 9 nights of prayer and healing. It was supposed to cleanse me, to drive out whatever darkness had clung to me after that night. And maybe it did. But there are some things that don't leave you so easy. That's the thing about bad medicine. Once it touches you, a part of it stays." He coughed again, his hand gripping the armrest of his chair for support. I wanted to ask more, but I could tell that he was starting to get tired. He then sighed deeply, rubbing his chest like the very act of breathing had become a struggle. "I'll tell you the rest tomorrow," he said. "I need to rest now. It's been a long night." I didn't push him. How could I? I didn't want to burden him further. "Alright, Grandpa, I said softly. Get some sleep. We'll talk tomorrow. He gave me a weak smile, one that didn't quite reach his eyes, you can say. He then stood up and watched him as he walked to his room, and before he closed the door, he said, "Don't ever let the darkness touch you. Always remember what I taught you." The door then closed behind him, and that was it. The next day never came. My grandpa passed away quietly in his sleep that night. He took the rest of the story with him. Those final details he never got to share. And to this day, I'm still wondering if what he saw that night and that Death Hogan finally caught up with him somehow. I'll be honest with you, curiosity is one hell of a thing. It eats at you, it calls you, it's at the back of your mind, especially when it comes to things like this. The more you're told not to look, not to listen, the more tempting it is. I would be lying if I said I never felt this way. The struggle to know, to understand these dark things. The battle between wanting to know and knowing that you shouldn't. It's always there, pulling at you from both sides. After my grandpa passed, there were moments I found myself thinking back to that night, wondering what else he had seen, what he hadn't told me. I did seek wisdom from one of the medicine men that we as a family have gone to several times. It was someone who my grandpa knew. When I told him why I was there, what I was looking for, he didn't need me to finish. He knew right away. His face changed, and the silence between us felt thick. He knew what my grandpa had passed down to me. I could see it in his eyes. He took a deep breath and finally asked, "He shared with you, didn't he? He told you what he saw?" I nodded. There was no point in hiding it. The elder sat back, rubbing his chin. "You're walking a fine line. A very fine line. The spirits, they know that you heard the story now, and they watch to see what you do with that knowledge." His words hit me hard, but there was something else. Something he said next that made my skin crawl. "This is why it's important to know who you talk to, what you listen to," he said. "There's dark things out there that thrive on curiosity. They draw you in, and once they grab a hold of you, there's no turning back. You can't unsee what you've seen. You can't unhear what you heard. And if you're not safe, they'll consume you before you even realize what's happening. I'm telling you all these things so you can learn to stay away from those evil practices. What your grandpa saw, what he experienced, it wasn't meant for him, and it's also not meant for you. Once you open that door, even just a crack, it's impossible to close it again." Part of me wanted to push further, to ask more questions, to understand what exactly happened in that Death Hogan, but the other part of me knows better. He then said, "Evil has a way of finding those who are looking for it. You don't even need to go searching. It'll come to you." The elder stood up slowly, placing a hand on my shoulder, and told me, "Come back tomorrow, towards the evening. I'm going to talk to a few of the other elders and perform a ceremony so that you can be cleansed. I'll have 2 other elders with me. We'll talk more then. There are some things you need to know." "2 more?" I asked. He nodded slowly. "It will be here. It's better that way. There are some things that I can't explain on my own. But don't be late. It's important that we begin just as the sun starts to set. Also, bring something personal with you. Something that holds meaning." This sort of threw me off. Not the personal thing. You know how hard it is to get a medicine man to see you. Not to mention that he said tomorrow he would have 2 more with him. Either way, the ceremony has to be performed. As I was walking out, he said, "Remember, son, some things aren't meant to be understood, but they are meant to be dealt with. Tomorrow evening, we'll start to deal with them." And that's why I'm sharing this with you all. Learn from my grandpa's story, and learn from me. Don't let curiosity lead you down a path you can't come back from. Because the truth is, Some doors are better left closed, and once you start seeking, the darkness will know, and it won't let you walk away. Samantha, she told me about it on our third date. We were watching a movie on her couch when I made a move to kiss her. She whipped her hand in front of my face and blocked me.
There's something you need to know,
she said. I braced myself. Here it comes. The whole speech about I'm not ready for a relationship. It was the last thing that I wanted to hear, especially because I was already crazy about her.
I have a removable face.
That's a new one. You have a what now? I was about to laugh, but she was wearing a deadly serious expression.
I have a removable face.
Is that like a metaphor or something?
No, my face is literally removable. Look closely. You can see the seam.
She lifted her chin and traced her jawline with a finger. After admiring how beautiful her neck was for a moment, I leaned in for an inspection. It was very hard to see, but it did look like there was a slightly unnatural transition there from her face to her throat. I grew dizzier as a dozen questions rushed into my brain.
Don't bother asking why or how or anything like that,
said Samantha.
I can't tell you that. If that's going to be a problem, you should leave now. I'm letting you know this because I like you and I want to take the next step. But this is non-negotiable.
Okay, I said, unsure of what was happening. Not a problem. So what? You have a removable face. Who cares? It looks good.
There's something else. Once a day, usually in the evening, I have to remove the face and disinfect the inside of it. If I don't, it will rot. This takes about an hour, give or take, depending on how my day went. During this time, you must never, ever look at my real face. Never. Do you understand?
Yes, got it. Don't ask about it. Don't look at your real face. Samantha stood up.
Now, I'm going to go into the bathroom and clean my face. That will give you plenty of time to think about what I've told you. If you're here when I'm done, that's great. I would like that. But if you're gone, I'll understand.
She turned and walked into her bedroom. I sat in stunned silence as I heard the bathroom door close. I gave the last thing some serious thought. It was possible that it was a joke of some kind. Was it possible that it was true? Well, it was possible to transform an actor's face with movie makeup, so I suppose it was possible that Samantha was wearing a removable face every day. Maybe she had a horrible accident where her flesh had been mangled. Maybe her face had been melted by acid, or burned by fire, or the skin shorn off by heavy machinery. If it had, I would never know, because she would never tell me, and I would never see it. I picture a face of raw, naked muscle, rotting away. Could I kiss her? Is that what I was kissing? But wasn't that what we all were, under the skin? Just muscle and bone and blood and squishy organs. I paced around the living room, running my hand through my hair. I liked Samantha a lot. She was smart and funny, and beautiful. But was that beauty real? Did it count? Did it matter if it was real or not? Was I being superficial, even worrying about it? When she came out of the bathroom, I was still there. I looked at her face. She smiled, and I was in love. We dated and we moved in together, and we decided to get married. For the most part, it was a completely normal relationship, typical of two young people in love, building a life together. During the day, it was easy to forget about the face altogether. It looked natural enough, and only in certain positions, in certain lights was there ever any indication that it wasn't natural. But every night was the same. Samantha would close herself in the bathroom, sometimes for an hour, sometimes for 2, and clean the inside of her face. The curiosity never left me. I would sit there and wonder what was underneath that face. I came so close to barging in on her a few times, but I never did. I did occasionally ask her about it, about what, if anything, had happened, about how it was possible to make the face look so real, about what it really looked like underneath. I tried to get her into showing me, assuring her that I loved her no matter what, and didn't give a damn what her real face looked like. I was just curious, that's all. But she never showed me, or told me the story behind it. She didn't get upset at me, unless I was really badgering her. She would just shrug and say,
You know you can't see it. You know I can't tell you about it.
I never told anybody about Samantha's face. It's not that she asked me not to, I just didn't think it was anybody's business. Except once, I did tell somebody about it. It was during my pre-wedding party, the groom's party. We had rented several cabins and spent the night drinking and packing our noses with powders that we shouldn't have been packing our noses with. Everyone else had passed out, and the sun was creeping up behind us as I stood on the majestic cliffs with my friend Chris, looking down on the waves crashing against the rocks. Chris was my best friend, as close to a brother as I had known. We'd grown up together, and we visit each other at college very often, and we spent the summers together as well. After college, we moved to different cities, but we stayed in close contact. Standing there on the cliff, I told Chris about Samantha's face. At first, he thought I was joking. Then came 1,000 questions, both of which I couldn't answer. What's underneath? I'm not sure. Doesn't that drive you crazy? Not knowing? I shrugged. There's a lot of things I don't know. I don't know how to do calculus. And I also don't know what happens when we die. But dude, she's about to be your wife, and you don't even know what she looks like. I mean, I have to take a look. Like, could you set a camera up in the bathroom? That's where she does it, right? Set up a camera and have a look, and then you'll know. I sighed. Yeah, it does drive me crazy. I have asked her 1,000,000 times, but she told me I could never look. Gotta respect that, man, even if I don't like it. That's love. Chris laughed. You telling me to respect a woman? Up is down now. Then we fell back into talking about old times as the new day dawned. Chris was in town for business last week, and he planned on spending the weekend at our house. The conversation we had at the cliff happened 4 years ago, and we hadn't spoken about Samantha's face since then, despite keeping in close contact and seeing each other as often as two people transforming into adults in different parts of the country can. It happened on Saturday evening. We were lounging in the backyard, deep into the beer, having just finished with some grilled steaks when I got a text message from work. I gotta make a work call,
Seriously?
said Samantha, raising an artificial eyebrow.
On a Saturday night?
It's my biggest client, babe. Sorry.
It is what it is, I guess. I'm going to head inside and get cleaned up. Chris, are you okay just hanging out for a bit?
I'll be fine. Got my beer, got some weeds to pull in your garden. God knows your lazy ass husband isn't gonna do it. The tomatoes are choking to death. It's a tragedy. I rolled my eyes and went into the side yard to make my phone call. 15 minutes into it, I heard the screams coming from inside. Both my best friend and my wife were screaming. I dropped the phone and ran into the house and down the hall to our bedroom. Through the open door, I could see that the door to the master bathroom was also standing open.
Don't come in!
Screamed Samantha.
I don't have my face on. Call an ambulance. Oh God, he looked.
She sounded desperate and truly horrified. That made me desperate and horrified as well. And I wanted to rush into the bathroom, but I knew right away that it would be a mistake. I knew suddenly that Samantha didn't want me to look at her real face, not out of a sense of vanity, but for my own safety. Chris started staggering backwards out of the bathroom. He was holding out a paper clip, which he had used to pick the privacy lock. Now he was stabbing it, again and again, into his eyes, shouting gibberish. He was clearly in the depths of madness, and it turned my stomach to see him mutilate himself.
Call a fucking ambulance.
My wife screamed.
Don't come in here. He fucking looked.
I turned and ran back to the side yard, where my phone was lying in the newly mowed grass. My client was still on the line, alarmed, asking what was happening, what all the screaming was. I hanged up on him and called 911. When the paramedics got there, Chris was having a seizure in the hallway. Samantha was stroking his head, sobbing. Her face was on, but it had been done pretty quickly, and everything looked a little bit off. My world has been dark this past week. My best friend is in a hospital under suicide watch. He's completely blind, and mostly catatonic except when he slips into a violent babbling maniac. The doctors are optimistic that his state is temporary, but they don't know the truth about what caused it, because I told the paramedics that Chris had taken a large dose of mushrooms and fallen into psychosis. I saw no good reason to tell the truth about what happened. Who would believe that somebody looked at my wife's real face? That it would make somebody insane? At best, we would be the subjects of a long investigation. We would have to prove that what we were saying was true by showing somebody Samantha's face. Then the same thing would happen again. And what about after that? I had no idea and no interest in finding out. For Samantha's part, I knew that she would never consent to show anybody her real face, no matter what consequences she would face if she refused to. I did get a follow-up call from the police, asking me to confirm my story. The hospital found no traces of drugs in Chris's blood. If they end up testing his hair, I will likely be in a lot of trouble. But that's the least of my concern. Samantha is in a state of her own. She still cleans the inside of her face, though not as normally as she used to. And when she puts it back on, it's always a little bit different, and it's beginning to smell a little bit weird. I tried to assure her that it wasn't her fault. He knew, I said. I told him that nobody was ever allowed to look at it. He knew, and then he broke into the bathroom. This is not on you, babe. Please, talk to me.
Not on me? That one look at my fucking face makes people insane?
I'm doing my best to hold it all together. Do you know what's strange about this? Despite what happened to Chris, I still find myself curious about what my wife's real face looks like. More curious than ever, really. I have something to share. Not exactly sure what happened. I don't have an explanation that fits everything, but maybe some of you might know more about what happened. After thinking about it for a while, I can't shake the feeling that it might have something to do with native folklore or something supernatural, especially given the area that we were in. The Black Hills and Badlands have deep cultural and native history, and what my friend and I experienced there was far from normal. I'll just tell you what happened, and maybe you'll have your own thoughts about what it could have been. We got an Airbnb, and the first night there, my friend was starting to get a little bit sick, possibly a cold, so she went to bed much earlier than me. On the trip to South Dakota, we talked about random weird stuff, as two best friends do on a long road trip. One of these things was how strict we are about closing the lid of the toilet before we flush. We're both big germaphobes, so closing the lid before we flush is a habit we both had for a long time. It's a weird fact, but it's relevant. She's asleep by the time that I finish my dinner and shower, and like any God-fearing American, I use the bathroom before I get in the shower. After I get out, I go check on her because I'm a little worried about how she's feeling. She's absolutely crashed in her room, and I can see her breathing and also hear her snore. After I check on her, I decided to try to go to sleep. The Airbnb is a pretty small trailer. The host is rated as a super host. No strange or negative reviews. My friend's room is on one side of the trailer, then the common area with the entrance that opens directly into the living room, the dining room, and the kitchen. The door to my room is right next to the kitchen drawers and sink. My friend sleeps with her door open, and I sleep with my door closed. I fall asleep quickly, but after a few hours I wake up because I can hear what sounds like drawers rolling on their tracks right outside my door. Now, my friend has been known to sleepwalk, so I think that's what it is. I'm wondering what to do when I realize that I really need to use the bathroom. I'm not mentally ready to go out and see my friend sleepwalking. Honestly, it's always freaked me out a bit, even though I know she can't help it. I open the door, and there's no one there. No drawers are open. Nothing looks out of place. And it wasn't a matter of minutes passing since I heard it. It had been seconds. Even if my friend had ran back to her room on the other side, I would have definitely noticed. I'm trying to rationalize everything as I make my way to the bathroom. Like maybe some animal was doing some weird stuff under the trailer, and it just so happened to sound like drawers. However, when I get to the toilet, something is off, and it takes me a split second to realize what it is. The toilet lid is not only up, but there is pee in the bowl. So I text her and say, I'm trying to just chalk all this up to you sleepwalking, and I tell her what all has happened. After I finish my business, I go to check on her again, but it seems like she hasn't moved an inch, hasn't even rolled over, not even pulled the covers up. I'm just like, what the fuck? But I'm determined to enjoy my trip, so I go back to my room, lay down, and try to go back to sleep. Any sleep I got was super light, and I wake up a lot, but I don't hear anything else. My friend woke up at 4:30 to officially use the bathroom, saw my text, and just kinda said, maybe. And we left it at that for the day. Neither one of us wanted to talk about it, so when we wake up, we head out early for breakfast for a full day of hiking in the Badlands. And it was honestly amazing. Beautiful scenery, a bunch of great hikes, and we saw a ton of wildlife. The events of the night were put out of my head. Even when we got back to the Airbnb, I was most likely just scaring myself because I'm in a new place far from home. We then eat dinner, take our showers, lay down, and I fall asleep pretty quickly as I'm exhausted from the day. But this night, around 2 or 3, I think, I wake up because there's a steady scratching on the wall outside my room. I know it had been going on for some time, because it had worked itself into my dream, and I was having a nightmare about some monster coming after me. The details about the nightmare aren't really clear, but I remember the fear I felt when I woke up to that noise. I know some people would say, it's just scratching, it's not a big deal, but it sparked some kind of primal fear in me. I texted my friend, and I asked her if she could hear it. As soon as I texted her, the noise just stopped. No taper off or anything. It just suddenly stopped. She texted back a few hours later and said she didn't hear anything, but that if I was scared I could come sleep with her. She also offered up the idea of it possibly being a wild animal, being attracted to the smell of the food we had been cooking. I just held on to that idea and let it be. The beds weren't very big, so I decided to stay in my own room, now that I had a semi-logical explanation. The thing is, the trailer was lifted, and the place on the wall that was being scraped up was high up. Again, I pushed any further thoughts out of my mind and tried to go back to sleep. We have one more day of hiking in the Black Hills, then one more night, then we'll head back home. The Black Hills are beautiful, one of my favorite parts of the trip, but this whole time I'm terrified of getting separated from my friend for some reason, even though it's daylight and we're on very popular trails. So that was weird, the feeling that I had. We do our hikes there, then head back to our Airbnb for our final night. At this point, I would like to add that as 2 young females, we try to be as safe as possible, sharing our locations with a few friends and family members. She has a gun and she is licensed to carry. I have some pepper spray that I keep on me at all times. We move stuff in front of the door to block the entrance, in case a creeper was trying to break in. And of course, we keep the doors and windows locked. We did check the windows as soon as we got there the first night. We checked under the beds every night. Again, it's a small trailer, and not a lot of hiding spots for creepers that we wouldn't think to look. We had agreed to leave about 7 in the morning to head back home. However, about 5 a.m., a few things start to happen. The scratching noise wakes me up again. It had been going on for so long that it worked its way into my dream again. I was dreaming that a big cat was stalking us while we were trapped in the wilderness. When I woke up and grabbed my phone to text my friend, it immediately stopped. I see that my friend had texted me. She was asking, "Did you hear it?" I think she finally heard the scratching, so I text back and say, "Yes, I did." I walk into the living room where she is, and I see that she's so freaked out that she has her gun out. She's been through courses. She knows not to draw your weapon unless there's clear danger and you're ready to shoot. But she was scared, and she doesn't scare so easily. I asked her what's going on, and she said, "I woke up because I heard a low noise. Then I heard shuffling and footsteps in the kitchen. I sat up in bed, and I realized that my door had been shut. That's when I texted you and grabbed the gun." So a couple of things. She slept with her door completely open every night. The heater kicking on never closed it. She wasn't tall enough to kick it shut. Even nudging it with her finger wasn't forceful enough to shut it all the way. It had to be pulled shut. Also, we would have heard someone coming in through one of the windows or the door. Everything was locked tight. We checked every night before bed. Also, the morning before, I had walked around the trailer, looking for signs of damage where the scratching was. There was none. I was also looking for a loose spot where an animal could have gotten under the trailer, to make the noises that we were hearing in the kitchen, but there was nothing. My friend asked me what I wanted to do. The sun wasn't going to be up for a little bit, but at that point I'm pissed. I actually haven't had a good night's sleep in several days. I then say, "Let's get everything and go. Keep your gun out and ready. We don't have a lot, so it's not going to take a long time to get it all in the car." So that's what we do, and we get the fuck out of there. Also, 3 nights there, and we didn't see the moon a single time. I say this because that's what I wanted to do. We even looked it up on Google, and it was supposed to be right around 1/4 to 1/2, so it definitely should have been visible. We could see all the stars, and it wasn't overcast at night. We kept saying on how everything was so weird. That morning as we were leaving, the moon was there, so bright. Like, this might be stupid, but I'm not sure if it just rises up later in South Dakota. But sometimes we would get back to the Airbnb kind of late. It was just weird. We did message the Airbnb host twice about it. She was one of those that was labeled as super responsive and replies within an hour, but she refused to respond to our messages with any kind of explanation. We ended up offering our own, a wild animal of some kind, but she didn't even say anything about that. However, I don't believe it was an animal at this point. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't that. After we put many hours between us and there, and the sun came up, that's when my friend finally said, "I wanted to tell you what I already saw that first night in the park, at the Pinnacle's Outlook," and proceeded to tell me about the humanoid figure. She also said that she didn't feel like she had been sleepwalking at all while we were even there. And before I wrap it up, there's a few things I want to say. I checked the Airbnb site several times since then. All great reviews. No mention of anything similar to what we experienced. We did end up leaving a 3-star review. We tried to put what happened to us the best we could. Again, chalking it up to an animal. The host did leave us a great review, while still never responding to our questions. Another thing, I went to another hiking trip with my husband about a month and a half later. I heard scratching on this trip as well, but this time I was able to say that's a squirrel or something similar, and it did not bring about that sense of absolute primal fear and the feeling of being hunted, even while you were laying in bed when you're supposed to be safe. When I was walking around checking the siding for damage after the scratching, I checked the sheet metal that lined the bottom for loose sections, and I didn't find anything. I also looked for somewhere an animal could have fit through, but there was nothing. The history of the land is also pretty strange, and I believe that the land holds on to stuff like that. The Native Americans literally named it Evil Lands, and I was like, well, they wouldn't have done that for no reason. I have seen that some of the younger natives in the area said that their older relatives wouldn't let them go near the area, which I actually didn't know before planning the trip. My friend asked if I would ever go back, and I said most likely not. It was beautiful, but I feel like whatever that thing was let me off with a warning this time, and if I go back, I feel like something will definitely happen. A lot of people were asking how come my friend just decided to keep the sighting of the humanoid figure to herself at first. Well, she did, but she's very logical, and she'll try her best to rationalize things, like myself. I also think she didn't want to scare either of us so bad that it made looking back on this trip more like a scary experience, even though now that's how I see it. But still, I think the less that we talk about it, the less that we acknowledge it, the better it is, because I believe these things feed on fear. We were already scared, but I know talking about it would have escalated the fear much more. If anybody has an explanation for this, let me know. So I was 20 years old and still living with my parents because I was poor, which meant that I had to travel with them and go with them everywhere. We figured it was time to visit some family in the very southern part of the world, called Tennessee. This area was backwoods, pretty wild. These people are very traditional. They do a lot of things we would consider weird. But a family get-together means we all have to hang out. Now, they are decent people once you get to know them. Somehow, I ended up with 3 cousins and a friend from out of town. I'll call them Eddie, Garrett, Austin, and Trent. These are the names of some people I'm related to, but they're not the actual names of the people I'm referring to. Does that make sense? Sorry about this. I'm not really great at making up names. So anywho, we snuck off with 2 6-packs that my grandpa left out. He's a very good man, but he's, how should I say it? He leaves everything, everywhere. So me, Garrett, Austin, and Trent decide that we're gonna go drink somewhere away from the property so nobody would see us. We end up wandering out into the woods. We find a clearing about 30 minutes away. I'm not really sure at this point. Adrenaline kills my sense of time, and we were just talking on the way there. Garrett, the cousin from these parts, seemed really nervous as we kept walking. He's older than us, but he kept complaining about how we shouldn't be doing this, that it's wrong. The rest of us kept telling him to stop being a bitch and have some fun for once. Now I gotta mention, like I said, they do things differently down here. So Garrett was always carrying an old rifle, like from the old days when they hunted for a living. So we lit up a small lamp and sat there in a circle just talking to one another. This whole time Garrett is quiet, and we start getting a little tipsy, not really drunk, just having a few beers. I had half a can and called it good. I still don't really have a taste for alcohol, I guess. Garrett then suddenly said, "We shouldn't be here." I was thinking, well, we just stole beer from our head grandpa. Of course we shouldn't be out here. He then said again, "You don't understand. We really shouldn't be here. We should go." At this point everyone is sort of annoyed with Garrett because he's just saying that we shouldn't be out here. Fine, we'll go in just a few minutes. Let's just finish these last few beers. Not even a minute passes when suddenly it got really cold. "We really shouldn't be here, guys. We have to leave," Garrett said again. At this point Austin laughed, and then Trent mumbled something under his breath. The lamp that we brought flickered as a bug bumped into it, a big ass bug at that. Garrett, now looking super pissed off, got up and walked over to Austin and basically stood him up like a good little soldier. "We're leaving, right now." Austin then stopped laughing and said, "Chill, let's get out of here because this dude is a party pooper." We all got up and Garrett continued staring where Austin had been sitting at. That's when he said, "We are leaving." Except, he wasn't telling us no more. He wasn't even looking at us. He was staring into the tree line. Trent and I were trying to figure out what the hell was going on. Suddenly, Garrett picked up his gun and aimed it towards Trent. Trent got scared. You could see it all over his face. He said, "Garrett, what the fuck are you doing, man?" "We're leaving right now, ain't we, fellas?" Garrett said. And that's when we noticed that Garrett kept aiming towards the trees. Trent then slowly turned around out of curiosity to see if something was behind him, or figure out what the heck was going on. The trees were dark and you couldn't see anything beyond the clearing. The only source of light out there was that lamp that we had brought. But when Trent turned around, I swear he saw something because of his reaction. His eyes became big. I was too much of a chicken to see what was going on. But that's when Trent suddenly just took off running past Garrett, who kept aiming his gun at whatever was back there. Don't move until I tell you, but when I say it, run like a fox in a hen house, Garrett said. At this point I was too scared to try and say anything myself, so I just nodded my head. I turned my head to try and sneak a peek to see what Trent saw. Don't move, Garrett quietly said. He then picked up the lamp by hooking it with the muzzle. We're leaving right now. We don't want any trouble. We didn't mean anything by it, Garrett kept saying. And that's when I heard something moving in the bushes. Garrett stopped breathing for a moment, and the lamp swung gently. I'm not a fast man, but I know that night I was Usain Bolt. Austin was like 5 feet from me. I could hear him crying. At this point I was crying too. I heard 3 gunshots, one every few seconds, and then a scream. As I'm telling the story, I'm actually crying again. This isn't a joke, but it feels better to write everything down instead of storing it all up. Random, I know, but that's just how I cope with the situation. Anyways, have you ever heard a coyote yelp? They sound like young kids, crying and yelling. I grew up with coyotes in my backyard. This was definitely not one of them. It was high pitch, higher than a coyote, and it was right behind us. Austin and I didn't even look at each other. We just kept running. We finally cleared the trees and entered some meadows near a creek. Garrett appeared behind us, rifle slung over his shoulder, shouting, "Keep running! Don't look back!" The scream was getting louder, but not in volume. It was getting closer. Garrett told us to keep going, and that we were almost across the line. He then stopped and took another shot before moving again. I was thinking, this is how I'm gonna die. Suddenly, there's more screams. We then saw an old fence, not more than 30 yards away. Austin leaped over it like he was in track, perfectly in sync and landing. Adrenaline does make you do some crazy things, so I also jumped over it. However, I landed on my back and saw stars. Garrett leaped over and took aim again, completely out of breath. We're on our side. Fuck off. That's when the screaming literally just stopped. There were no crickets or anything to fill the void left by it. Just 3 men crying and panicking. Austin was on his knees. I'm pretty sure he had just thrown up. I wasn't even there mentally anymore. Garrett, where's the lamp? Garrett kept his gun up, but his knees were shaking. He whispered, back in the trees. We all looked up and saw the tree line. Sure enough, the lamp was sitting in the trees. Something was standing near the trees, but it was way too tall. It didn't really move. It was just jittering back and forth, like someone had cut out the in-between frames of something that was animated. It moved back and forth across the trees. The light blocked out the details, which was perfectly fine by me. It turned and sort of moved across the ground. Its knees were backwards. Holy shit. Garrett was heaving now. His breath was ragged, but he seemed okay. Garrett, what the hell's going on? He then just said, shut the fuck up. That's when I saw another one appear from the woods and started to jitter. Garrett aimed and shot again. My ears rang for a second. These things, or whatever they were, rushed back and forth across the tree lines, falling in and out of the light. For a second, I thought I saw 3 shapes moving around, but I didn't care. I just wanted all of this to stop. The light in the trees flickered, and Garrett said, when the light goes out, run as fast as you can, and scream as loud as you can for Grandpa. Don't stop, even if I tell you to. Even if anybody tells you anything, don't stop. Austin didn't even argue. I nodded, turning to stare at the trees. The light flickered again, but it came back. The shapes stopped moving. They got closer, bigger, something. I'm not sure at this point. The light flickered again. I expected them to get bigger again, but this time, the light didn't come back on, and that's when we booked it. Austin took the lead, rushing into the forest behind us, screaming for Grandpa. Garrett didn't even hold the rifle for a shot anymore. He was just running like we were. We heard the screams again, but they were getting closer. Suddenly, lights everywhere. The screams stopped. Grandpa was about 50 yards away with my dad, 3 distant uncles, and some other guy in a sweatshirt. They all had guns, and I was thinking, what the fuck is going on here? Garrett and Austin slid into the ground in front of Grandpa. At this point, I didn't care. I crashed into my dad, who hugged me for a second as I kept crying. Garrett was saying a bunch of things, but he was speaking so fast that I couldn't understand him anymore. Grandpa and one of the uncles just nodded. Where's your friend? Trent ran ahead of us and passed us. Didn't he get to you? Grandpa grabbed me and Garrett. Austin was curled up, weeping on the ground. Take him to the house. Hide him in the guest room with no windows. They have seen what he looks like. At this point, I just wanted to go home, or anywhere that counted as home, just away from this. However, Grandpa said that I needed to go with them. Garrett has a good gun, he said, but now, since you want to act all tough and go into places and doing things you ain't supposed to be doing, you will be coming with us as well. And so that's how I ended up going back through the woods again. And I have to admit, I was still scared, but I felt a lot safer with all the guns and the rest of the people. The guy in the sweatshirt whispered something to Grandpa. My dad kept marching, his hand on my shoulder. Garrett then started calling out for Trent. Start calling out to him, he told me. We then kept calling out, and that's when the guy in the sweatshirt whispered something to Grandpa again. We reached the fence, the exact same spot. Vomit still on the ground where Austin had been. Grandpa then waved the flashlight around, illuminating the meadows. My uncles were doing the same. Suddenly, a shape darted under the tree line, crying and huffing. It was Trent. He stopped a few feet from the fence and fell to his knees, crying like me. Grandpa and the uncles were totally quiet. Garrett and I didn't move. I thought I lost you guys back there at the campsite. I was scared because nobody was saying anything. Garrett then spoke first. Where did you go, Trent? I got lost ahead of you. I got turned around, I guess. Grandpa leaned in and whispered something to the other guy's ear. He nodded. My dad then tightened his grip on my shoulder. Trent then said confused, Aren't you guys gonna help? Grandpa moved in with his gun a bit. Help? Wait, what? Help me get over the fence. The fence is tall, and I'm tired. Grandpa and my uncle slowly lifted their guns, aimed it at Trent. What do you mean? You look fine. Funny guys. Seriously, let me in. Grandpa was now more serious. I had never felt so scared of a person before in my life. Trent looked very nervous, and he kept looking back to the tree line. I felt like something was off, but I was too scared and stupid to figure out what it was. Help me over the fence, guys, Trent said again. The guy in the sweatshirt then spoke up. Come on over then, kid. Trent then stopped and stared at him in an evil way and said, Not you. You can't. It's not your land. Grandpa then raised his gun again. My dad tightened his grip on my shoulder. You're not invited. This is our side. He's a friend of the family. He's not the owner. Trent was still on his knees, but the way he was looking, it felt like he was ready to do something. You know that feeling you get when you have wanted something? Well, this felt the opposite. I felt like we were in a situation we weren't supposed to be in. At that moment, I realized what was so weird about Trent. He wasn't breathing. Trent was now staring daggers at Grandpa. The uncles pointed their guns at him. The other guy just held a flashlight on Trent's face. My dad then whispered something in my ear along the lines of, Trent, we'll be fine. Grandpa then shot the gun off into the air, just like Garrett had done, and then waited for the shot to stop ringing out. Grandpa and my uncle slowly started to back away. Garrett and my dad guided me back. The guy in the sweatshirt kept the flashlight on Trent and moved in time with Grandpa. One of my uncles stayed behind, nodded to Grandpa, and kept pointing the gun at Trent. We slowly backed away. The guy in the sweatshirt was moving with us. I shouldn't look, but I turned around and looked anyway. The light was still pointed at Trent, but he was moving towards the tree line, like he was a puppet being dragged back. At this point I wanted to scream, but it was caught in my throat. My father grabbed my head and turned it. The scream started again, but they were distant now. Garrett looked over his shoulder, but Grandpa kept walking. We made it to the house. I went inside, and I heard Austin crying from one of the rooms. Dad took me inside, led me to bed, and he basically tucked me in for the first time since I was 10. The terrified kid inside of me didn't care. I spent the rest of the night staring at the wall, before falling asleep to the sound of gunshots and distant screams. The next day, I woke up to find Grandpa sitting at the table with most of my extended family, smoking and reading. Garrett was playing with some of the younger cousins. Austin was watching TV. My dad handed me some eggs and toast, smiling at me like nothing happened. Garrett saw me, smiled and motioned me over. Trent went home this morning. He's alright. Nobody's okay. Who said we're fine? What happened? Garrett then gave me a look and quietly stated, as a matter of fact, last night didn't happen. Trent is okay. Drop it. I did find out later that Trent did indeed make it home. He was found by some neighbors down the road. He apparently woke up in the brush and just ran home. He was convinced he got drunk or something and was hung over, which explained all the bruises he had on his back and neck. I only asked my grandpa what happened once. He said he had trouble with people on the nearby land, that they kept trying to get into his property. I then asked why they hadn't taken it. He looked at me, right into my eyes, and said, I haven't invited them in. That's why. He wouldn't answer anything else after that. He just said, not a problem, to everything. It's been about 3 years. I had various visits to my family that ended with something similar going on, but nothing has ever come close to how scared I felt that night. Part of me wants to look up and see what those things were. Another part of me desperately repressing that urge. And my curiosity wants me to go look and investigate what those things were. However, I would say it's the closest thing I ever had to a Skinwalker incident. But to this day, I can't figure out exactly what those things were. I just dropped out of college and I really needed a job. Otherwise, my parents were gonna kick me out. I live in the middle of nowhere high up north, so I couldn't just apply to a McDonald's or something. My dad did ask any of his friends if they had work or know someone who does. One dude who lives even further away from any civilization says that he knows a guy who could use some help. The guy owns all sorts of cattle, from cows to domesticated deer, you name it. It's the middle of the summer, so all of his animals are out in the fields around a mountain that he owns land on. It's a pretty normal practice for farmers here. They fence up massive areas and basically just let their livestock roam free. They'll check up on them every day, or hire someone to look after them on the spot. Apparently, this year he underestimated his workload and spread his livestock out far too much. That's where I would come in. I would have to live in this little cabin in the middle of nowhere and check up on the surrounding animals every day. Fix some broken things and clean up the pathways leading through the woods. The cabin was about 3 hours away from the nearest village, 6 hours by foot. Food will be brought to me every week on a Friday, and I was free to do as I pleased when done with my work. The pay wasn't half bad too, and I was only going to be there for like 3 months. At least that's what I thought. So I met up with the guy. It's a younger guy, like in his 30s. He seemed kind of on edge, but he was pretty chill. I figured that he was just stressed out. He gave me some details about the job, like how the electricity in the cabin worked. It was solar. He mentioned how there was a lot of wildlife, and how I shouldn't get scared when I hear weird noises in the distance. And even then, aside from the occasional wolf being in the area, there wasn't too much to be afraid of. Bears hadn't been sighted in years, and there wasn't any cycled deer, So basically, I would just get paid to relax in a nice cabin in the middle of nowhere while doing some minimal work. It sounded too good to be true. I took the job regardless, as I didn't really have too much of a choice. I start the next week and get picked up by the guy who is now my boss. I drive up some sketchy mountain roads through the forest. The scenery is beautiful though, completely untouched nature, birds chirping everywhere, comfortable temperature, everything feels good. We get to the end of the road, and then we need to hike up 30 more minutes just to get to the cabin. Nothing seems or really feels out of place. It literally just feels like I'm on vacay over the next 3 months. I grab my backpack and follow my boss up the path. Eventually, we get to the cabin. It's about 6,500 feet above sea level. There's a beautiful view of the valley that we just drove through. The cabin is in the middle of a small clearing, and even has a creek next to it for fresh drinking water. My boss then shows me how to use everything from the fire stove to the water heater. I won't bore you with all those details. The cabin is solar powered, so I have to watch the battery. I didn't plan on using that much tech anyway, so I wasn't too worried about it. However, it's important to note that for later, he says that if anything happens, I should give him a call, that it doesn't matter what time it is. And he puts a lot of emphasis on the last part. My phone actually has signal out here, not much, but enough to make a phone call. He then explains one more time what I have to do, and he hands me a map with all the pathways I should check. This also includes specifically marked areas where the cows that I'm supposed to look after are often found to graze. Just before he leaves, he tells me that he'll be on the other side of the mountain, looking after some things or something. He wishes me a pleasant stay and takes off. So I'm finally alone, and I don't have much to do the first day. It's past noon, so I just set up my sleeping stuff, put all of my food in the cupboards, and of course I take care of myself. Nothing much happened for the first few days. I simply repaired holes in fences, cleaned up some stuff like branches and rocks off the hiking paths, and looked around grazing spots to see how the cows were doing. After some time, the third week rolls around. Nothing special had happened up until this point. I was on my routine checkup of one of the hiking paths. That's when I found a dead deer. It was in a pretty uncomfortable part of the woods I could never really put my finger on, and even at that time, the place just kind of felt weird. It was usually covered in shadow, since a nearby mountain would block sunlight. Of course, the one dead deer I would find was specifically here. The deer didn't seem to have been killed by anything or anyone. There was no flesh wounds, there was no blood, and there was nothing broken. However, its neck was kind of weird. It wasn't broken, but it looked kind of long. Again, I'm pretty sure that it wasn't broken, but it was just unnaturally long. I didn't take a picture of it. You would always see dead animals out here, especially in the winter, so it wasn't all that special. A couple of days go by without anything special, and then the howling starts at night. Now, for those who don't know, whenever it's mating season, the stags roar to attract females. Look it up on YouTube if you want to know what it sounds like, but it's insanely loud, and from a distance, it can sound scary, as sometimes it'll sound distorted, especially out here if it echoes. But mating season here is in late August to September, and this is early July, so it sounded really loud. Also, sometimes the wind sounds kind of weird, almost like a tad bit vocal. It's hard to explain, really. It was windy a few times, and it didn't really sound anything like it, so I thought nothing of it. I mentioned it to my boss that Friday when he delivers me my food for the week. He says it's normal to hear those things out there. It can be just the wind blowing through the trees or various animals. He does mention the fact that there is a hunting rifle left behind by some hunters for hunting season in one of the cupboards. Kinda weird how he never told me that before, and is only telling me now after I mentioned the noises that I heard. And I noticed that the boss seems on edge again. He looks from right to left a lot, from one end of the clearing to the other. I ask him if he's okay, and he just says that he's just a bit exhausted from carrying all the supplies up the mountain. Some more time passes, and it's week 5. I'm doing my daily routine where I can still hear the howling off in the distance. It still occurs every once in a while. However, it just happens at night. I'm not too bothered by it. After all, there's a lot of wildlife around, any of which could make a sound like that. Or it could just be the echo plus the wind, and then some kind of distortion going on. However, I end up finding more dead animals. It's usually small birds and foxes, but I do find another deer. All of them without any sort of visible wound or blood or anything. But all of them look like they have some body part that was just off looking in some way. Their necks, their legs, their skulls seeming just a bit too long. Again, I can't really put my finger on what was wrong with them, but it feels like something really off about them. It's almost like someone opened up Microsoft Paint, pasted a picture in it, and slightly stretched out a body part, enough to be noticeable, but too little to really stand out if you're not looking for it. So this goes on for some time, until week 8. At this point, I only have a couple of more weeks left to go. My boss still seems on edge every time that he comes by, always asking if the cows are fine. Even the little ones, none of them look hurt or anything. They're all fine. However, literally the next evening, I hear the cows in distress in the distance. I think it's just one trying to regain rank or something in the herd. So I charged at another cow or something. The cows are pretty competitive in their group. They're always trying to gain a rank or lower another cow's rank. They even sometimes fight to the death. It's pretty brutal. I then decided to just continue sleeping for the night and check it out the next day. I do sleep with earbuds in, which, looking back, it's a terrible idea. The next day, I woke up to the bells of cows outside. All the cows are surrounding my cabin, just kind of standing around, not eating, which is very strange. I count them as I always do, and that's when I noticed that one cow is missing. I then call my boss and tell him what happened. He sounds extremely distressed now and just tells me to go look for it. He says that he can't come right now as he can't leave his post or something, so I spent some time looking for the missing cow, but I didn't find it anywhere. I then had to cut it short for a while though, as the weather randomly starts to get bad. The cows stay around the cabin that night, and it actually makes me feel a little bit safe. I still decided to take the hunting rifle out of the cabinet and put a wood cutting axe near the entrance. I'm not really sure what model it is, because I'm not really into guns like that. That night though, I noticed that something is weird. There seems to be some tiny red lights off in the distance. It's stormy and cloudy. The fog shouldn't really allow for light to come through like this, but there's nothing but wilderness in that direction, so I know it's not from a village or a car, but the light just stays there. I do get scared and close all the blinds. The light turns off at some point, leaving me in complete darkness. I check the battery next to my bed. It's empty. It was almost full a couple of hours ago. This thing lasts for a few days when it's only used to keep lights on in short showers. I then get scared even more. I use my phone flashlight to look for candles and matches. That's when those horrible howling noises return. But they sound a bit louder. It literally sounds like there are whispers within the sounds, but you can barely distinguish them. I'll lock the door and listen to my music on my phone all night to keep me distracted. I eventually pass out and wake up the next morning. The storm has cleared. However, the cow is still missing, and now 2 more of them are gone. I'm kind of going crazy at this point. I call my boss and I tell him everything that happened and everything that I heard and saw last night. He then tells me I have to leave immediately, and he'll come pick me up at the end of the road, and he does. I'm not sure what happened. The boss didn't talk that much on the way down the road, and he looked very pale. At this point I was too. I didn't even feel like talking. I ran into him at a bar a couple of months later. Apparently, he sold everything, and he's now invested in beer brewing or something. I asked him about the red lights, and he simply nervously chuckled and said it was most likely just some reflections, maybe from satellites or something else in the sky, especially since we're that high above sea level. I then told him about the strange noises that I was hearing, especially the howling and the whispers that seemed to be getting closer every night. He then looked at me dead in the eyes, and after a moment of silence, he just said, "You didn't hear anything." I didn't ask anything else after that. My kids always come into my room at night because they say that they're scared. Last night, my husband was still awake when they came in. They told him that someone was tapping on the bedroom window. My husband went to investigate. He told him it was most likely our dog or something. When he got to the room, that's when he could hear the tapping as well. It was 3 tapping sounds. He looked out the window and didn't see anything, so he went outside with a flashlight and looked as well. Nothing. He went back and closed the bedroom door and could hear the tapping again. Another 3. Also, every single night, at 3 a.m., I always wake up. I think I hear my kids walking through the house as I hear the floor. It sounds like footsteps. I check and everyone is always asleep. I wait for my kids or an animal to appear, but nothing. Just the footsteps. Icing on the cake. My cabinets go haywire. It doesn't matter the time of day. My pants will fall inside the cabin, or they will open and close very quickly. I thought my dog or cat got into the cabinets a few times when I was cooking, but whenever I would check, there was nothing. I do have child locks on them, so they never fully open. I'm wondering what I should do to calm everything down, or stop it. I do have cedar above the doors, and I have also smudged a few times. I have heard that when things happen in 3 knocks, 3 scratches on the skin, 3 taps, whatever it is, it seems to be something evil, something that likes to stick around. This story is about my auntie. I can tell this story because I saw what happened. So my auntie had some health problems and she went to doctor after doctor, and they couldn't tell her what was wrong with her. She had a whole bunch of testing done, and all the exams came out good, and the doctor still couldn't figure out what was happening to her. So my grandmother talked to this medicine man about what was happening to her. So he told my grandmother to bring her out to see him before we entered the house. My grandmother said to not touch anything, or to not take anything that hasn't been offered. So we were waiting on the couch for about 15 minutes, I would say. Finally, the medicine man, he told all of us to go into his room. And that's the first time I ever saw a medicine bundle. He said he was getting everything ready, and even asking some things I didn't understand at that time. Then he asked my auntie to see her neck. The man put his hands on her neck like making a cup shape out of his hands. Then he put his hands to her neck. On one of those times he started breathing in and out, and he inhaled very loud. Then he coughed into his hands, and he showed us this dark black green slime. At least that's what I thought it was. Then the man said some things I couldn't understand. Just a few words like bad medicine and to be careful. It was really strange, and it freaked me out a lot. My grandmother never really explained what we saw and what was happening. She just left it at that. I do come from a very spiritual family, so that's why I think all these events that were happening to us were connected by our native spiritual culture in some way. And ever since then, my auntie hasn't had any health issues no more. Thanks for listening. My brother went to a town called Casa Grande to hit up a local bar. After the bar closed at 2 a.m., being drunk, he decided he wanted to come back home to Cells, our reservation. He ended up hitching a ride that was heading towards Cells. Halfway there, the people that he was with made a stop, and they told him that he was going to have to walk the rest of the way because they were turning towards another direction. So he put on his music and started walking. Pitch dark, he crossed a large bridge. On the other side of the bridge was a cemetery. He ended up crossing the cemetery. Shortly after this, he started hearing the sound of footsteps behind him. He said he turned around to see what was behind him, but it was too dark to see anything. He ended up walking backwards, and the sounds of the footsteps stopped. He decided to turn back around and try to run, but when he did, whatever it was right behind him again. That's when he just took off running. As he did, he saw an oncoming car was getting near him. Stupid him jumped in front of the car, but I guess depending on the situation that you're in, who knows what I would have done. Lucky for him, they stopped before hitting him. He told the people in the car what was happening, so they let him in. The only thing is that it was a truck with a full load of hay. He didn't care, so he climbed on top. He did end up making it home safe. And when he has a few drinks, he always tells me this terrifying story about a hoofed creature that scared the shit out of him. Don't ever wander the REZ at night, especially on foot. I want to share a story with you about my winter deep in the Yukon with my grandfather and the strange things that occurred. Quick note, the story is a little long. About 3 years ago, when I was 18, I decided that I wanted to take a year off school before going to university, kind of do a bit of soul searching, if you will. As it happened, my father decided that it would be a great opportunity. You see, my grandfather, Dana, had been trying to get me to go to his cabin for a few years now to learn a little bit about myself. My grandfather was the toughest SOB I ever seen in my life. An example, when I was around 15, my family took me skiing in Jasper, and my grandfather tagged along. During that trip, Dana hit a fallen log that had been slightly covered in snow, and he ended up going straight into a spruce tree. He tore his lip open down to the cheek. Once we caught up to him and started freaking out, talking about getting an ambulance, he calmly stood up, told us, while his lip was hanging open enough to see his teeth, that he would be fine and was just gonna go back to the lodge. Well, to patch himself up. As it turned out, this involved skiing all the way back, grabbing a sewing needle and some fishing line, and stitching his own face back together in the bathroom mirror. About an hour later, he was back with us like nothing happened. He still has a pretty vicious scar too. A pretty massive guy, around 6'6", and he was very muscular despite being 60. He's a quiet guy. Again, he lives on his own in the middle of a frozen hellscape at a time in his life when most people would be retired and in a retirement home. The main reason why I hadn't gone with him sooner was because my mother was terrified of me going off to live with my crazy relative for any time, despite my father saying that I would be well taken care of and that I was old enough to fend for myself. But this year was different. I guess because I was going to move out soon anyway. I was allowed to leave and go with him. My family lives in Alberta, and my grandfather lives off the northwestern Yukon, past the Minto mine, just in case anyone knows this area. It was arranged for me to fly out and meet up with my grandfather, who would then drive us to his house. After landing, I was greeted with the amusing sight of my grandfather standing about a foot above the rest of the crowd, just staring, waiting for me. We had a quick greeting, and before long, I had hopped in his truck, and we were making trail towards places where no roads go. We drove for a few hours. Not a lot was said between us, even though that was pretty standard for him, and we finally arrived at what appeared to be a little more than a snowy plot near the tree line and away from the road. So, where exactly is your cabin? I didn't see it on the way over, I asked him. He turned to me and smirked. About 3 days of hiking that way. He pointed to the trees. Wow, so began day one of my adventure. Pack slung over my back and snow up to my calves. We then began to walk. The first day actually went pretty normal, something that was not gonna last. Along the way, he would point out animal tracks and different plants. giving me a basic wilderness survival rundown. Now, I had been raised on a small acreage outside of the also small town of Athabasca, so I was no stranger to the wilderness, but even still, my grandfather's knowledge of the wild seemed near encyclopedic. The first day came to a close as the sun hung low in the sky and the snow glittered in the twilight. A beautiful view. We found a small outcropping. We built a fire, set a can of beans and some veggies to cook, and enjoyed the moment. I slept pretty good, given that it was about -20. On the eve of the second day, I was shaken awake and told to start walking. We don't want to spend more nights out here than we have to. It's only going to get cold, and these woods are dangerous. Gathering up what little I had, little more than a sleeping bag, a few things and 2 knives, we set off again. Let me tell you, there's nothing more tiring than pushing through snow up to your crotch in the middle of the woods for hours and hours. I like to think I'm in pretty okay shape, but by the time that we stopped for a break some 4 hours later, I felt like I was gonna die. My grandfather, of course, seemed pretty unfazed by it. It was around this time that I started to take note of a few things. For anyone who has lived near or spent a lot of time in the woods, you know it's a pretty active place. Lots of noises and things moving around, but not here. In the winter, everything is still and quiet. A strange feeling when all you heard your entire life is that when things go quiet, something bad is near. My uneasiness was offset somewhat by the fact that I was still trying to see if my lungs were gonna explode. Soon enough, we would set off again. A few more hours into walking, I noticed a little cave in the hill we were on. The opening had huge icicles hanging down from the front, and a few bones scattered around the area. I turned to my grandfather and asked, pointing to it, should we be worried about that? At that, he stopped, looked at me for a few moments, then continued walking, saying something like, no, as long as we get a ways off before night, it won't matter. When we found a place to settle for the night, I was sure I would be out before I hit the ground, but with so much as a glance, I was told to wait. He was gonna get firewood and start dinner. Sitting by myself under a tree, I watched as he walked off, leaving me alone there. While I was sitting there, listening to the fading sound of my grandfather walking further and further away, I couldn't help but notice how strange the woods felt. I had spent days camping before, sometimes with friends, other times just by myself, but this was different. Maybe it was the quiet, or maybe it was how the simple act of turning my head seemed to echo through the trees. Maybe it was the way the evergreens burdened by the snow seemed to blend into the growing gloom, forming strange, inky shapes in the dim light. Whatever it was, I was starting to get nervous, the kind of unease that comes when you feel like somebody is watching you, even though you're quite sure you're alone. Before my mind started walking too far down those dark roads of thought, my grandfather came stomping back through the tree line, bundled with broken branches under his arm. He set about showing me how to start a fire without matches or a lighter. He's old-fashioned like that, and soon enough, we had a little nice campfire going. It wasn't until the heat of the fire hit me that I noticed how cold it was. My hands stiff, slight shivers going all around me. We should reach the cabin by about this time tomorrow, if we keep up the same pace. Before we go any further though, I want you to understand something. Things are different out here. If I tell you to do something, I expect you to listen. Understand? I nodded and told him my dad had given me a rundown before I left. Really now? How much did he tell you? Just to listen to whatever you say and to stay safe, I replied, unsure of where he was going with this. Alright then. He didn't say anything for the rest of the night, and I was too tired to ask. Despite that, I found that I laid awake for quite a while, staring up at the sky and listening to the crackling of the fire. I'm not sure why. I should have had no problem sleeping after the day of hiking, but regardless, I couldn't find myself to drift off, even after the moon had risen and shone over the area. It was around then that I heard something in the forest. like some sort of whispering, almost. At first, I figured it was just the wind, but looking at the treetops, they were not moving. I started to focus more on listening, but I couldn't make out what was being said. It was so faint. I sat up and looked around to see if something was there, or maybe my grandfather had been mumbling in his sleep. When I tried to listen again, I was met with silence. I figured it was just something on the breeze and laid back down again. Sleep came soon after that. I was once again awakened by my grandpa as the sun just began to slow creep up over the distant mountains. As we gathered everything, he asked me if I had slept well. I told him that the cold would take a little getting used to it, but other than that, I was fine. He sort of just looked at me for a moment before grumbling and tying off his pack. Once more, we set off deeper into the wilderness. The third day went without incident. It was only after a few more hours of tedious and exhausting trailblazing that we finally came into view, quote-unquote, home, built right up against a cliff face. There were no windows, just massive logs the whole way around. A small chimney rose up from the roof, easy to spot given the trees that had been cleared into a 20-meter radius around the cabin. As we got closer, I noticed that there were actually fence posts. There was even barbed wire, and just every so often, there was a much taller post set a ways back from the fence. In the dim light, I couldn't really make out much about it, even though I was curious as to why they were there. Whatever the reason, I was not in the mood to play 20 questions. I just wanted to get inside and sleep in a warm place for once. However, before we could get in, it seemed like there were a few things that had to be done. My grandfather lifted one of the fence posts off the ground, allowing us to enter, and told me to put it back and make sure it wasn't gonna fall. He said he was gonna go get the door open. It didn't take long. The snow around the cabin was much less than the surrounding area. It made the walking easier. After I finished, I made my way around the side of the cabin. I found my grandfather carefully taking down numerous little metallic things that were hanging over the door. I could see them from what little daylight was left, but I couldn't really make out exactly what they were supposed to be. Again, I was too tired to really care and just wandered inside behind my grandfather as soon as he finished taking down the last one. "That bed over there will belong to you," he said. Without much more thought, I went over and went to sleep. I really should have soaked in everything, as this was the last good night's rest I was going to get for a while. I woke up the next morning to a mostly dark room. A candle was set on the table in the middle of the cabin, giving enough light for me to figure out where the door was. Opening and stepping outside, I was greeted by a bright midday sun. Down the yard, I saw my grandfather clearing the excess snow from his plot of land. It was low enough that I could actually see the ground, and a few feet beyond the fence. The snow rose like a wall all around us. The 14 hours of sleep actually allowed me to take stock of the area around me. I could now see that the tall fencing posts from the night before had been chiseled or carved down so that only the pale hardwood remained. And carved all over the posts were words, thousands of them, tightly packed together. Reading through them, there really didn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to what was written down. Mostly it was just a bunch of random words, mostly in Swedish and a few in Norwegian. I'm not really fluent, but I picked up a little bit over the last few years. I guess Dana had noticed me staring at it. "What are these supposed to be?" I gestured to a similar post around the yard. "A word wall," he said. "It helps keep things calm at night. I wouldn't stare at them too long though. It won't do much good for your head." In case it wasn't obvious enough already, my grandfather was different. He never liked staying in towns or normal houses, and he always carried these little small objects and charms on strings. I always found it neat, and when I was younger, I would often ask what they meant and listen to his stories for hours. My mother, though, always had a problem with him visiting. I did overhear my mom talking to my dad about allowing Dana to fill my head with crazy nonsense on more than one occasion, but my dad often shrugged it off, saying something like, It's good for him to learn a little bit about Dad's culture. The point is that it was only after I just started to get a look at the cabin and the word wall that these things started to sink in. He was definitely a little strange at times. The first day, we went up to chop a few trees down for firewood, and he would very specifically point out the trees that we were gonna cut. But this was only after pressing his ear to them and listening to see if they were unmarked. When I asked him what he meant by that, the Tomtanisa will get angry, and we really don't want that. For those who don't know, Tomtanisa are part of Scandinavian folklore. They basically look kind of like garden gnomes and act sort of like Santa Claus, or at least that's how they're portrayed now. But growing up, my grandfather would tell me about these little monsters and how they would chew open people's doors and windows, or crawl into houses at night and whisper things to a sleeping person. The people would sometimes go crazy, wandering out into the woods and just rambling on. Other times, they would just sort of be different. Either way, they were freaky little guys. But I kind of stopped believing in the stories during the same time that I stopped believing in Santa Claus. But my grandfather isn't really known for his sense of humor, so listening to him say that was more than a little strange. I sort of just laughed about it, and he looked at me and said, "You think I'm joking? Keep that up, and you won't be seeing the summer." That shut me up pretty quick. I didn't really buy the stories anyway, but I still made sure not to tap the trees that he said were marked. We finished loading up the sleds we had brought with us, and at that point, my grandfather said, "Let's go this way. I want to show you something before we get back." I followed him. It seemed to me like we were making a wide arc instead of going straight back, but I wasn't gonna argue. As we walked, I noticed that there were no animal tracks. Even on the way to the cabin, I had at least picked up a few prints from rabbits or moose and the like. When I asked why we weren't seeing any now, "They don't like it here. They know to stay away." "Why is that?" I asked. "These woods aren't safe for anyone after dark." After walking some more, we got to the edge of the section of the forest that we were in. Dana pointed out that beyond the tree line lay the vast snowy rises and falls of the untamed wild. Honestly, it was one of the most beautiful things I had ever seen. There was an overturned tree, and he motioned for me to sit on it. For a while, we just sat there, soaking in the view. Then he sighed. "Now, I know you're going to be new to all of this for a while, but I think you should know things are different out here. I need you to trust me when I tell you to do something, or else I could get both of us killed. Do you understand?" I said I did. He may be strange, but he means well, so I figured I would humor him, make things a little easier for both of us. That would prove to be a very bad idea. Once we got back and finished stacking the firewood, Dana broke out more of our own stuff that we had brought. As we were cooking, he said that tomorrow we would go hunting. If we caught anything, he would show me how to properly butcher the animal. We ate and settled in for the night, but as we were setting everything up, he told me that if I ever got up to use the outhouse at night, that I should always bring a candle, no matter how bright the moon was, and that if it went out, I should come back inside right away. With that, he set up a few things on the door. When I asked him about it, he told me it was there to confuse anything that was trying to get in. Later that winter, I found out that it was supposed to be a room for illusions or disguises. I guess the idea was that it would make it difficult to tell what was inside the cabin if something was trying to get in. The next few days we went out hunting. For the first little bit we didn't catch anything. It wasn't helped by the fact that we needed to go a certain distance from the cabin before we saw any signs of animal life. Dana always insisted that we be back before nightfall. On top of that, he didn't bring a gun, ever, just a bow and some arrows. I know bow hunting is common enough practice, but given that bears roam these woods, I figure it would be nice to have something with a little bit more stopping power. When I mentioned this to him, he said it would cause more trouble than it would prevent. Eventually, we were able to find and snag a buck. A nice one too, enough meat to be alright for a while. We threw it on the sled and began dragging it back home. More hours went by. When we got back to the cabin, something rather interesting was waiting there for us. Some ravens. Normally, this wouldn't seem so strange, but when I hadn't seen any signs of life except for the trees in this area for almost a week, it seemed a little bit off. Dana actually stiffened up when he noticed it too. When I asked him about it, he told me, "Drop the sled and come with me. We're gonna have to butcher this fast." I wasn't quite sure what was going on, but I remember the conversation from earlier, and I figured it would be best to just keep my mouth shut and go along with it. We circled around the cabin, the raven sitting on the roof watching us the whole way. Lying in a small snowdrift in front of the door was a rabbit's head, just the head, cleanly cut off. The snow was still a little bright red, so it must have been a fresh kill. There was also something through the snow leading up to it, but it looked like it had been thrown in there. Well, that could be worse. We didn't really need the head anyways. When I asked what he was talking about, Dana told me, "It's only right to return a gift. With a gift, take that inside and meet me near the shed." The shed was a little ways off from the word wall, just a few feet beyond the tree line. That evening, we butchered the deer. When we were done, Dana took the head, antlers and all, and walked out into the woods a short way before gently setting it down. And coming back, we brought the rest of the meat into the cabin, and Dana took the rabbit's head off the table where I had placed it. That night, we had rabbit stew and potatoes. When I asked why we were just gonna eat something we found there, he told me it would be rude to just throw it out, and it isn't wise to insult the neighbors. There's more people here? I thought you lived alone, I asked. Alone? No, I just don't live by any sort of people. So, who's your neighbors? I thought I told you already. The Tom Tanisa lives here. I didn't really have a good response to that, to be honest. The next morning, we went out to check the fence, something that was becoming quite a routine. I walked out to where he had placed the deer head. It was gone. Not even a bit of blood was left. The next few weeks went by peacefully. We would collect firewood, go ice fishing, and every morning, we would clear the snow away from the cabin. The temperature continued to drop as the winter solstice drew near, and the already short days became a few hours of twilight. You'd think it would get old seeing the same setting throughout the day, but you'll be wrong. It was breathtaking each and every single time. I should have stayed there staring at it all day if I wasn't being ushered along by Dana. Things would have continued much the same way if I hadn't screwed up one night. It was somewhere around mid-December. You start losing track of the days out here, especially when they are mostly night. And we were going ice fishing again. We set out pretty early, as the sun was just barely peeking over the distant mountain range, and hiked for about an hour until we got to a small frozen lake. We set about the usual, checking the thickness of the ice, cutting a hole. It had only been a few minutes when we heard it, the snapping and cracking of branches behind us. We both stopped and stared for a few moments before Dana said it was fine, even though I could tell he was bothered by it. Every so often, he would look over and scan the trees. We weren't having much luck with the fish and were about to call it a day when I got a tug on my line. I pulled up a big one and thought, great, we haven't had fish in a while. I turned to see if Dana had noticed. I saw him just sort of staring at it, a little confused. When I looked more closely, I saw that the fish had a few gashes taken out of it, little lines cutting along the gray scales. Throw it back. This isn't ours to take, Dana said. Alright then. I was a little nervous, even though nothing happened during my time there. I was able to pick that up when Dana got weird like this. It was best not to argue. I threw the fish back into the pond, and we started making tracks back to the cabin. Along the way, I noticed that the trees near the lake, the ones where the noise had come from, had huge cuts taken out of them, not like an axe or bear claws, more like small chunks that had been ripped out and thrown around. I then asked what that was about. and Dana just started walking faster and said, "We're not gonna come back here. It wouldn't be safe." One of my more frequent chores was to go out and make sure that the word wall's posts were still secure in the ground. One of the many things that my grandfather was really strict about was keeping the wall just right. The word wall came second only to our food stores. This mostly involved going out and giving the posts a solid shove. If there was any shift, I would need to hammer them back in and pack the snow tighter around the bottom until I could no longer get them to move. Anyways, that night, Dana insisted that we go over all of them again before going to sleep. So we went out after finishing dinner, mostly deer. You'll be surprised how long a single deer can last. Dana took one end of the yard, and I took the other. It was getting really cold outside, to the point where any bare skin started to sting. A cloud cover had swept over the land, and there were no stars nor the moon tonight. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving everything in the inky black and gray. It was quiet again, like on the hike up here, where every little movement you made sounded like an earthquake. A little ways off I could hear my grandfather working, the shifting of his coat, the snow being pressed underfoot. I had already done about 3 posts when I found one that was a little bit loose. I was able to get it straight, and then I picked up the sledgehammer we used for driving them back into the ground. As I lifted up the hammer to get ready to bring it down on the post, I cringed, knowing that the sounds in the forest would be very loud. Just as I was about to swing, I heard something, like a quiet hissing mumble. I swung around while I was bringing the hammer down, hitting the post with a glancing blow and knocking it off center. Spinning around, I tried to listen for it again, thinking that maybe it was just my imagination. The woods will often make you think you're hearing things. After a few seconds of nothing, I figured it was just me imagining things, or overhearing Dana talking to himself. I turned to start fixing the post again, but just as I put my back to the trees, I heard it again. It seemed so quiet that I couldn't make out what was being said, but I was so sure that someone was whispering, quickly, and in a whistle-like tone. I already started to freak out now. I slowly began walking towards the cabin, my back to it and the cliff face. As I scanned the trees looking for where the sound was coming from, the noise didn't seem like it had a direction. It was like it was everywhere at once, still quiet, but it was very much there. While in panic mode, combined with being tired and cold, I got it in my head that if I threw something into the woods, it might scare off whoever or whatever was there. Reaching into the woodpile we had outside, I picked up a small log and threw it into the tree line. I started shouting, "Who's ever out there, you better come out now." My grandfather then came running over. "What the fuck are you doing?" I told him I heard someone talking nearby, but before he could say anything, the trees where I threw the log started to shake, and I could hear branches snapping. "Get inside right now," he said, not taking his eyes off the trees. So the two of us backpedaled into the cabin. By the time that we closed the door, most of the trees had started shaking, the once oppressive stillness of the woods replaced with something like that of a hurricane. That night, Dana nor me slept. We just sat there staring at the door, and he was clutching his hunting knife. Throughout the night, all the sounds didn't die down. It was so loud and violent that I thought the trees must be snapping in half. Periodically, we would hear things hitting the cabin wall. Dumps, crunches, and ripping noises from every direction. I told myself that it was just branches and debris being thrown by the storm. But deep down, I wasn't sure. I didn't know. About an hour before dawn, things started to settle down. Soon enough, my grandfather got up and went outside. I heard him start swearing, so I hurried after him to see what had been done. The outside walls of the cabin had been covered, every inch from top to bottom, with what seemed to be words everywhere, violently slashed into the wood. Chunks had been ripped out of the corners of the door, and the fence was in ruins. Some of the barbed wire had been thrown into the treetops, and many of the posts had been smashed. After a string of curses I could barely even understand, Dana started to calm down. "Never fucking do that again. Never." We need to get this fucking fence fixed before nightfall. And just like that, he set off to start gathering the broken fence. At this point, I had gone from thinking my grandfather was a little crazy to thinking that he might actually know something I didn't. I then helped them pick up the scattered remains of the fence. Every so often, we would find little bits of fabric or hair stuck to the barbs. At this point, I didn't want to ask anything. We were making good time repairing the barbed wire, but I was still worried. Most of the posts that made up the word wall had been broken down and were missing. When I asked them about this, Dana said, "They won't like it, but hopefully they just did this as a warning. Tomorrow, we're gonna go hunting, and we're gonna bring them back something to thank them for not killing us last night." At this point in the year, there were only about 6 hours of daylight, making it very difficult to do anything at all. We were able to get the barbed wire back into a rough semicircle around the cabin. Given the damage from the night before, I asked how much good the barbed wire would actually do. He told me that it wouldn't stop them, but it would slow them down, since their beards and hats would get tangled in it, and they would have a hard time getting free. I couldn't tell if he was trying to joke or not, but at this point, I was about ready to believe anything. Little did I know, I hadn't seen anything yet. The problem was that by this time, it was almost December 21st. The cold was near unbearable, and there was so little daylight. By the time that we got to the part of the wild where the animals roam, it was nearly time to head back. The first day, we looked for signs of animals we could bag, but we didn't even see a squirrel. That night, the wind was blowing pretty strong again, and the cabin was creaking to the point where I thought it might collapse on us. All the while, I stared at the cracks between the log walls, where the candlelight didn't reach. I could swear I saw things moving in the dark. When I finally did drift off to sleep, the last thing I heard was a quiet whispering. Just like before, the next few days were no better. Every time we went deeper into the woods, usually in the way of the distant mountains, the cold was bone-chilling, so much that walking was a challenge for me. I have no idea how my grandfather was able to at his age, but he never slowed down. Yet, we returned empty-handed every time. Each night, the woods became loud. The shadows in the cabin seemed to draw closer to the candle more than the night before, and the whispering started to grow more intense. It got to the point where I could make out some words, though none of them were in English or any other language that I knew of. I couldn't understand them. On the third night, I asked my grandpa if he could hear it as well. He simply told me not to think about it. Each day was more overcast than the one before. The daylight was just a lighter shade of gray, and it was getting to the point where our food stores were running low. Our need to find something became desperate. Things started to get worse by the 5th day. It started to snow again, but not the soft, puffy snow that you see further south. This was big, heavy, wet flakes that seemed more like little snowballs falling everywhere, clinging to everything and weighing us and the trees down. All the while, we went through the misty forest, where we could barely see anything more than a few meters in front of us. I swear I kept seeing things out there, little shapes sitting on rocks or in the branches of trees. They would be there one moment, then disappear as soon as I looked directly at them. I asked my grandfather about it, and he told me not to pay attention to them, but just to keep moving. The longer the days went, the more of those shapes I saw. On the 9th day of trying to hunt something, we returned to the cabin and were greeted by a troubling sight. Along the tree line surrounding the cabin, a few meters from the barbed wire fence, were a number of stones, big boulders, each about chest height. Some of them were shaped weird, with their tops curving off in different directions. They were all pointing at the cabin and had been placed every few feet along the tree line. When my grandfather saw this, he stopped and said, "Pack your things, we're leaving at dawn." I wasn't gonna argue at this point, even after we got past the fence and closed the door. I felt like we were still being watched from somewhere out in the snow. It was too dark to see any of the little shapes anymore, especially the ones that had been following us whenever we went outside, but I knew they were still there. We didn't sleep long, Sometime in the middle of the night, between the wind blowing, there was a crash, and the door split down the middle. Frost and snow started flying in, and it blew out the only candle. Before we even knew what happened, there was a weird noise. After a few seconds, my grandfather was able to get a little oil lantern going that was hanging by the wall. The table and pantries had been overturned. Everything that wasn't nailed down was either broken or thrown around the room. I asked if we should leave right now, but he told me, "That's exactly what they want us to do. We'll wait until first light." It was the longest night of my life. We sat there, shivering and staring at the broken door, the lantern's light just barely keeping the dark, and who knows what else at bay. Several times, I thought I saw something there, just outside the door, watching. When I saw the horizon getting brighter, it was like waking from a nightmare, only this one wasn't over yet. We grabbed whatever hadn't been broken and made for civilization. The snow had stopped, but the clouds still hung heavy above us. It would be 3 days until we got to the truck. We moved as fast as we could. The snow was so deep that we had to stop every few meters or so just to wipe it off. It would continuously weigh us down. I don't know how far we traveled. I know we didn't stop, and I don't think we ate until it started getting dark. My grandfather said to get as much firewood as I could. He said we were going to need a big fire. "But what about the marked trees?" I said to him. I still wasn't sure if things could get worse. "Fuck them all. They're already pissed off, and it won't matter much now. Just get as much as you can." That night, we had a massive bonfire going. I bet you could see it from one of the mountains. It was so bright. Even so, we could still hear them out there. The whispering would never stop. Every now and then, a branch or rock would come flying at us or in the fire. It didn't make for a restful night. You know, it was serious at this point when grandfather had violated his own rules, you can say. Around an hour before dawn, the snow started again. The second day was worse yet. With the snow back, the little things got brave and started coming in close. Every now and then, we would get hit with something that fell from tree branches, or a tree along our path would fall down and make it more difficult to go through. We didn't walk. We ran through the woods as much as we could. I didn't think I could run so far, but I don't remember either of us stopping. We were able to stumble into a little clearing as the light was fading again. We quickly grabbed whatever wood we could find and tried to start a fire. However, the wood was wet, and the shadows started to close in. We could see the little moving figures at the edge of our vision once again. I guess Grandpa was getting his wits' end because he grabbed a little oil lantern and broke it open, pouring the oil across the logs and lighting it up with the lantern sparker. The shadows retreated for a moment, and I think whatever they were started getting angry. We were left mostly alone that night. I don't know why. Maybe they needed to rest sometimes too. Shit, I don't know at this point. The snow hadn't quit yet, so by the time that we woke up, we were both mostly covered. We set out before the sun rose. I think Grandpa didn't trust us to make the rest of the way with only a few hours of light. The trail was a mess. Trees and rocks littered the animal trails, and the bush was so thick with evergreens that it was no better. It was slow going, and of course, we were still being followed. We would still catch sight of them at the edge of our vision, watching and whispering in tune with the wind. For whatever reason, we were left mostly untouched the rest of the way back. The poor trail conditions slowed us down to the point that it was already dark, and we still hadn't made it to the truck. However, my grandpa didn't want to stop. He said we were close and didn't want to risk another night outside. I'm not sure when it was, but eventually, we made our way out of the trees and onto a road. We followed it for a few minutes until we saw it, the glorious steed that would get us out of that place, covered only a few feet of snow. Even though we were freezing and exhausted, we swept off the truck bed, threw our things inside, and drove off. I don't think either of us looked back. After we got back to town, we stayed at a hotel for the night. Well, at an inn. It was actually the best rest of my life. We woke up early and drove the entire day until we got to the Eric Nelson Airport. When we got back, my grandpa stayed with my family for a little bit. After my dad convinced them, we didn't talk much about the trip, just that we needed to come home early. That spring, my grandpa left and said that he was going to go back home. I asked him what in the hell he was thinking, going back there, and he told me that he had lived in those woods for almost 20 years. It was his home, and he was going to stay there for as many years as he had left. However, he promised that he would call or visit whenever he could. That was 3 years ago, and none of us have heard anything from him. My parents are convinced that he passed away. They might be right, but I can't help wanting to know. And that's where we're at today. I told my friends about what happened. They don't really buy it, but I can't blame them. They've been talking on and off for about a year now about going on a camping trip, and I mentioned that maybe we should go up to my grandfather's cabin. They thought it was a great idea. We're currently in the Sky Motel in Whitehorse, and we're gonna leave tomorrow morning. I'm still convinced that this is a bad idea, but I want to know what happened with my grandpa when he came back out here. We planned for the trip to be a little less than a month, and of course we picked summer since I think it's safer than the dead of winter like last time. So this will be the last time that I post until I come back. I hope to update you all pretty soon, but if you don't hear from me, there's a reason why I told you the name of the locations, including the motel. Before I get into the story, I think it's important to give some background for those who might not be familiar with our ways or our land. I am Oglala Lakota, and if you know anything about our people, you'll understand that our connection to the land is special. Everything around us, every rock, animal, and tree has a spirit, and some places are more sacred than others. Places like the Red Shirt Table, where the story takes place. Well, you see, the Red Shirt Table is part of the mai-coh, or you might be more familiar with the name, the Badlands. And if you've ever been out here, you'll know that it feels like you're in some other place. It's rugged, yet beautiful all at once. Hopefully that makes sense. The area has always been known for strange occurrences, paranormal sightings, ghost stories, deer people, you name it. Some people even think it's just stories, but those of us who grew up hearing our ancestors tell us know better. These places have seen generations of history, ceremonies, battles, and spirits. It's even said that the land remembers everything. We the Lakota pass our stories down to each other. Our language, our songs, and our prayers are sacred. And when you listen to the old ways, like the songs of our ancestors, it's not just a history. These stories always have a lesson, warnings, and connections to the other side. I'm not trying to scare you. If anything, I'm simply trying to inform you. When you're out in a place like Red Shirt Table, you'll understand why these places have such a hold on us. My name is Bill, and I live on the Pine Ridge Reservation. If you're from the Pine Ridge Res in South Dakota, you're most likely familiar with the name or been to the area known as Red Shirt Table. The colors are striking as the sun sets in the evening in the west. There's a lot of deer and other wildlife here, so it's a great place to visit and to get away from things when you feel the need to do that. As I mentioned before, it's also known for the strange things that happen as you drive through the area. Lots of reports of deer people, ghosts, spirits, and other sorts of strange things that happen. A few years ago, my friend Terry and I decided to camp out on the west end of Red Shirt. From there, you can see the Black Hills and there's an awesome view of the prairie down below the table as the sun sets. It even made it into a movie, but under a different name. If you've seen the movie called Thunderheart, Val Kilmer and Graham Greene refer to it as the Red Deer Table. In the movie, they allude to the fact that it was a mystical place. So we set up our tent, started a fire, started cooking our supper while we were waiting for the coffee to get done. Nothing like coffee over an open campfire, but I'm getting off track here. We watched the sunset and spent the evening talking about lots of things, watching the stars in the sky. I think it was around midnight when we finally decided to go to bed. We went to sleep, and then it started around 3 in the morning. We both woke up at the same time. I heard something moving outside the tent, and then Terry opened the tent flap and looked out. We couldn't see anything. Even though it was a bright night, it didn't feel right. Even though we agreed to bring our guns along in case we saw some deer. Out of the two of us, I was the only one that brought a gun. I got out of the tent and went to his pickup. I opened up the toolbox in the pickup bed and got my gun. We both looked around. We couldn't see anything, so we went back to the tent. We barely closed the tent flap when we heard movement outside the tent again. We both looked at each other and just listened. There was something outside, and we could hear it moving around the tent. It moved towards his truck, and we both heard it try to open the doors. Terry yelled out while he was in the tent that whoever it was better show themselves. We turned on our flashlights and came out of the tent. I had my gun locked and loaded. Then as we came out, there was nothing. We shined our flashlights around his truck, and we couldn't see anything on the open prairie, where we had set up camp at the west edge of the table. We went back to the tent and just sat there listening and talking quietly about what it could be. As we were talking, that's when we became aware of a whooshing sound. It was kind of low at first, and then it got loud. The sound was coming from his truck, and we could hear the sound of footsteps again trying to open the door to his truck. We both jumped out of the tent without saying anything, hoping to catch who it was that was messing with us. As we came out, the sound stopped again, but this time, the inside cab light was on, and this only comes on when the door is open. Terry ran to the passenger side of the truck as that is where the sounds were coming from when we were in the tent. Something had opened his truck door enough for the cab light to come on. We both checked it out, and we both started yelling out that whoever it was better show themselves. That's when I fired a round off into the air, but no one showed themselves. We stood outside the tent for a good 20 minutes just looking around, trying to see where someone could hide out in the open like they were doing. We both decided to go back into the tent to see if whoever it was would come out again. However, the whooshing noise started again, but we waited. It was getting loud when Terry opened the tent flap real quick, and when he did, the noise stopped, but we could hear something by his truck. He shined his flashlight towards his truck. The twin antennas for his CB radio were moving by themselves like windshield wipers that were possessed or something. The passenger side was moving in opposite direction of the one on the driver's side. They were moving really fast. They were spring-loaded, so it takes a lot of effort to get them to move. Even going down the road at 65 miles an hour, they would barely move. He went to the driver's side. I went to the passenger side. We stood there staring at the antennas moving by themselves. It was super creepy, but I swear, they were moving on their own. And that's when we heard it. There was something at the west end of the table. Terry followed me as I took the lead. I had my gun ready for whatever it was that was making noise. As we reached the edge of the table, I looked over the edge, and that's when I heard it. Some drumming down below in the dark, and someone was singing in Lakota below us. It wasn't the one that we hear today. It was the Lakota language that my grandma and grandpa spoke when I was a kid. Even then, there was a lot of words that I didn't understand, and in the dim starlight, I swear, we could see some sort of teepees that seemed to shimmer, fade in and out of focus. We both heard it, and we just looked at each other. That's when we made our way to the tent. We went to sleep to the sound of singing and drumming. As soon as the sun rose at 5:30 a.m., we packed up and left. Terry and I didn't speak much about what happened. You don't talk about these things. We both knew that we weren't meant to be here any longer. Whatever we had experienced, whether it was meant for us or not, was something we didn't need to be involved in. Whether the spirits had finished whatever ceremony they were holding, we knew it was time for us to leave. The land has its way of reminding you that it remembers. Red Shirt Table is full of memories, with spirits, and with history. You can't explain it, but you can feel it. I still think about that night every now and then, especially when I drive through that area. There's something comforting about it, in a strange way, knowing that the old songs are still being sung, and that the land is still alive. It's a reminder that we're not alone out here. Not really. Land is everywhere, watching, and every now and then, if you're quiet, you might just hear it speak. The old languages that were spoken get lost through generations. A reminder that you should preserve your way of life. We both talk about going back to camp, but we never did. This story is the scariest thing that has ever happened to me. I live in Montana, where people are known for seeing tiny people in the mountains. Me and at least 5 other people decided to go out and have a few drinks to celebrate one of our buddies' birthday. We will call him Bill. It was July 15, 2017. We were over at his house smoking weed and having a few beers. One of the buddies said that we should go out and do some scary stuff to see who would chicken out first. Everyone agreed, being the cross-faded people we were. Bill said that there was an abandoned barn on his land, and his parents always told him to never go over there because of reasons. He said he will tell us the reasons on the way there. So we all get up and leave and started to walk to the barn. The barn was at least 20 minutes away. There was nothing but grass and open fields because he lived on what used to be a farm. So there were a lot of acres of land. Bill started to tell the story of his great-great-grandfather and how he used to beat his different wives in the barn to teach them lessons. But one day, he ended up chaining one of them up. His fingernails started to turn black. He started to scream that he was on fire. It said that his skin slowly turned more black, all the way up to his head and covered his whole body, almost like he was getting burned. Once the story was finished, we got to the barn. We all looked over to it. It's exactly how you would think a barn would look. It was painted red, but it was very old. This was around 9 p.m., so it was pretty dark. Bill walked up to the door and we all followed. He opens the barn door, and it becomes loose from the barn and falls flat on the ground. If one of us stood in the way of the door, we would have been killed. We continue on through the walk into the barn. It was quiet. No bugs or rats could be heard. We walk around the place. One of our buddies pulls out a phone and shines the light so we could see. He shines it at the horse entrance of the farm, the door at the back. And that's when we see somebody crouching down, its eyes glowing like somebody was taking a picture of a cat. However, its back was arched up. It crawled on 2 legs, and its 2 long arms. The arms had huge claws on them, almost like a wolf, but without the fur, as it was just staring at us. Everything happened so quickly, but that's when we all started running. As we exit the barn, passing the door that had fallen, we kept running and running, and that's when we heard a loud cracking sound. I looked back, and you could see this thing cracking its neck from side to side. It was just standing there, at the entrance of the barn. We ran all the way back to the house, not looking back after that. We all decided to stay out in the living room, since it was the smartest thing to do since we were in a group. One of our friends said he couldn't sleep on the floor, and he was begging Bill to let him use his room to go to sleep. Bill did actually let him sleep in the room, and we all fell asleep about an hour later. We ended up waking up around 3:30 a.m. to hear an old man screaming from Bill's room. We know it wasn't his father, since he was out of town, nor was it our friend. So we all tried to get back into the room, but it was locked. Bill then told everyone to back up, and he kicked the door down and went into the room to see our friend curled up in the corner, covering his face with his knees. We all walk over to him and try to convince him that it's okay, that it's just us, but he pushed us away, and he said, "Leave me alone." We left the room not knowing what happened, and as we go downstairs, the front door slams open, and we see something heavy, crawling really fast, out into the field. We run outside with a flashlight, and we see that it's the same thing that we saw back at the barn. It started running and jumping almost like a lion does, but more air in between the run. Let me just say that we didn't even sleep that night. Our friend still doesn't want to talk about what he saw that night upstairs in the room. Whenever he does try to say something about that situation, he starts to throw up and become scared. I soon started talking about this story when I went camping with friends a few months after, and they said I encountered most likely a flesh gate. I'm pretty new to this, but I just had to get this out there. I have to tell someone about this, and I felt like this was the best place to tell people. This all started when I used to live in a small town in Arkansas, with a population around 5,000 plus people. It was a typical average conservative town. In the summers it was hot and humid, and in the winter it was dark and cold. I grew up on southern entertainment, driving four-wheelers, and hunting every deer season, and maybe some small trapping here and there. But this happened during my last year of high school. I was 17 at the time. I had a girlfriend, lots of friends, and a shabby 1972 Ford pickup that I still have to this day. Anyways, it was November. Rifle season had just started, and I had been getting ready for it. My friend, his name is Drew, and I had been planning this trip for months, and we had everything ready. It was Friday, the end of the week, and the start of the weekend. Our plan was to hike up through the national forest, onto the mountain and set up camp and just have a good time. I wish I could have done something to have stopped myself. I woke up at 3 in the morning, leaving a note for my parents, and putting my things in the bed of my truck. I hopped in and drove to my friend's house. He was already waiting for me outside. I got out and said in a whisper, "You have all your things? I don't want to forget anything." "Yeah, I checked again before you got here," he said. He put his bag in my bed and put his gun in the truck, and we took off to the mountain. I had my eyes fixed on the road, and Drew was sitting there with a metal click, and I looked over and he was flicking a lighter on and off. "What's that?" I said, putting my eyes back on the road. "Oh, it's my grandfather's lighter. He had it with him all throughout the war." We then turned and went through the entrance to the hiking site. The change from road to dirt was just as familiar as ever. We stopped and got out. We put on our bags and headed up the mountain trails. It was around 7 and we could see where we were going because the sun was coming over the trees. The birds were chirping, and I could see the squirrels running through the trees chattering. 3 hours of hiking later, we came up the campsite that we followed with our map. When we got there, we quickly set up our tarps, and we were quick to find firewood and to start a fire. I told my friend that I would get us some lunch, and I headed off with my rifle to go get something to eat. I walked for at least half a mile south and found myself breaking the tree line. I decided I would sit and watch for a bit. I sat underneath a large oak tree and looked for any movement. The sun was rising slowly. I was sitting there when all the birds stopped for a moment. The silence was deafening. The sharp ringing in my ear was eerie. I scanned slowly with my eyes only, staying as still as possible. That's when I saw movement across the field. It was hard to make out. I slowly raised my rifle and looked down the hill. A deer had poked its head out of the tree line. I only saw its head and neck from where I was at. I knew it was risky to take a shot, but I also knew I wouldn't have another chance to bag another deer. Regardless, it was a doe anyhow. That's when I noticed something. The deer's head was higher off the ground than most deer should be. I felt like it was watching me. It slowly turned to the left. I could only see its neck and shoulders, and I could hear leaves crunching as it moved deep into the dark forest. A little nervous, I decided to head back to camp. I followed the mental landmarks that I saw the first time. A tree that had fell over, dried up creek bed, and I could see the tarps in the distance through the trees. When I got back to the campsite, we decided it was time to catch up on some sleep. I crawled into my tent and got in my sleeping bag and fell asleep. We got up early that morning It was still as eerie as it was the day before. It just felt so weird, different. No animals in the area, just silence. It was strange. The air felt heavy. There were no birds anywhere, no deer, rabbits, or anything. Not even any crows crying out. We were getting hungry, and when the sun set, we nestled down waiting for some game to come around. It soon grew dark again, and we decided to come together and to make some beans that I had packed just in case we didn't catch anything. As we were getting everything ready, my friend Drew got up from his seat and said, "I'll be right back. I gotta take a piss." I sat there drinking my water, watching the fire dance. After some time, I noticed that Drew had been gone for a while. That's when I started to get concerned, and I heard leaves crunching, and I jumped and looked towards where the sound came from, and it was Drew. However, his face was pale. "Dude, come over here," he said. "What's over there? Just come over here and look," Drew said as I got up to follow him into the darkness of the forest. As I was walking, I started smelling something horrible, something pungent, and it got stronger and stronger as we walked deeper into the woods. The smell was so bad, and then, as I was walking, something fell on my shoulder. I turned my head to see what it was, but the smell of death made my stomach churn. I leaned over and started to throw up, while this thing that was on my shoulder fell to the floor. It hit the ground with a sickening, squishy sound. I pulled out my light and pointed it to the ground. I got confused for a second when a drop of blood fell on my hand. I looked up and my heart skipped a beat. What I saw was disturbing. The guts of an animal, limbs, pieces. A squirrel that had been impaled on a branch, what was left of it at least. I looked at the face of Drew, still drained of all color. His mouth was open, eyes wide. "Dude, what the fuck?" I said. And that's when we just ran and bolted back to the campsite. How did they get up that high in the tree? Why were they on the branches? "Maybe we should leave," I said. "I agree. I don't want to stay here anymore, man," Drew said. We started shoving our food and things back into the trail packs. That's when we heard crunching a few yards away from us in the pitch black darkness of the forest. Drew aimed the shotgun at the sound, and I slowly raised my rifle. I pulled out the mag light and pointed it to where we heard the sound. We were about 8 yards away from where we heard it. I flicked on the flashlight, and a deer was leaning, its head out beside a tree next to some brush. With some relief, we lowered our guns, and that's when the deer suddenly fell to the floor. The deer's head rolled down the hill and stopped in front of us. Something had ripped or chewed the deer's head off and rolled it down the hill. But that wasn't the reason I was scared. Someone had been holding the deer's head. And then everything clicked. The bones, the guts, and other miscellaneous parts of animals hanging on the dead tree branches. And that's when I looked up, and a grotesque, elongated hand came from around the tree. We bolted down the hill. I didn't care about our stuff. They could be replaced. We faced in and out of running and jogging. We had our lights and we were looking for a landmark, anything, something. That's when I remembered that before we came to the trail, there was a big sign with the words, Washita National Forest. I made that a point in my mind and looked around for it with my eyes. My lungs were burning. My legs were in pain, but I kept running. I would glance back and check on Drew and how close he is behind me. I turned off my flashlight, and so did Drew. We laid up against a tree, still as possible. I could see the breath of Drew, frozen in the moonlight. My eyes finally adjusted to the dark, and I looked over at Drew and turned on my light. An arm long and bony, covered in blood, it sank its nails into the shoulder of Drew. Immediately, blood started spewing out. He started screaming in pain, and he was lifted up, screaming louder and more painfully. He was slammed on the ground. He looked up at me, his eyes filled with tears. He was dragged through the forest, screaming, taking shots with his shotgun. With every shot I could see his silhouette, moving further and further into the woods. I ran. I just kept running, and that's when I tripped over something, and I started falling down the rest of the hill. I slammed up against a tree. I stopped and my back was in pain. I realized it was quiet again. There were no crickets. Nothing. Just silence. My eyes already adjusted to the darkness. I could see through the woods. In the distance, the moonlight was shining through the trees. I lay still as possible, and then I heard some shuffling, and I saw that thing moving through the woods. It was strange, jagged, intense. I can't even describe it. It just felt wrong. It was tall and thin. Its bones were rubbing up against its skin. It seemed very malnourished. It shifted back and forth as if it was looking for something. When it turned its face, the grace of the moonlight revealed its features. It was disturbing. It had an elongated chin and small eyes, dark folds of skin around them. The skin was darkish gray. Its mouth was large. It spread all the way across its face. It had its teeth jagged and broken. Its mouth and nose was covered in blood and also in chunks of meat. The blood trailed down and covered its torso. I was about 10 yards away from it, and it crawled on all fours. It started to come towards me. Closer and closer. I could smell it. It smelled like roadkill. That's when I threw up in my mouth and held my breath. My hope at this point was that my death would come quickly. I still had some hope that I would make it out alive. But suddenly, this thing started speaking.
James, James, James.
In the most ungodly voice I ever fucking heard. The part that made my hope disappear was when it started saying my name in my friend's voice.
James, James, James.
It wasn't just like his. It had two tones, one deep, and the other, my friend's voice. It kept saying this and it crawled away through the woods, back up the hill. I stayed there for I don't know how long. I cried silently, and for some reason, I started moving my hand around, and I found something. It was cold and rectangular. I looked closer. It was the lighter that belonged to Drew, and my flashlight had broken on my fall. I stood up slowly and grabbed my bag. I turned and slung it into the woods and ran towards the parking lot. It started screaming my name, but this time, it sounded demonic. This time it was no longer my friend's voice. I kept running and I didn't recognize anything. I flicked the lighter of Drew and scanned the area. My hand ended up hitting something. It was a sign, and with the lighter I read, National Forest. I looked back and heard that same screech, and I ran through the tree line. At a distance I saw my truck. I ran as much as I could, and when I got there I flung the door open and jumped into my truck and started it. I flipped my gears, pulled out, and hit the gas flying out of that parking lot. As I drove, I looked back, and God, I wish I hadn't looked back. It had broken the tree line, and it noticed me driving away. It stopped in the light of the parking lot, now shown in detail. It fucking stood tall. It was at least 9 or 10 feet tall, and its face, I'll never get that picture out of my head. It looked angry, and its eyes were full of hate, and what I assumed at the moment, hungry. I put the pedal to the floor. I tore off the side road and onto the highway. I looked at myself. My jacket was torn and ripped. I was covered in dirt and had cuts and scrapes everywhere. I pulled up to the police station, and according to what information I had gotten, it took a while for the cops to stop me from screaming about that it had killed Drew. A bunch of men got together the next day and rounded up a search party, with the sheriff leading the search. I ended up refusing to go. They scaled through the mountain and searched for my friend. It was nighttime when they found him. He was barely recognizable, they said. They found him under a log. His eyes had been ripped out. His tongue was forcefully pulled out. His arms and legs had been mauled. He had been gutted, and his genitals had been cut off. And his face, they told me his face was scratched and seemed to have been chewed down to the bones. And his neck had been broken in so many places. I can't even express through here how terrible I feel for running and not trying to help him. I still remember his tears streaming down his face before he was dragged away from me. On paper it was reported as a bear attack. After the incident, my grandfather came and talked to me. He said, "I'm so sorry about what happened to your friend. All the people in my town know the existence of that theme. I heard countless stories of local hunters that have came across it." It's been about 8 years. I'm 25 now. There is not a day that passes that I don't think of my friend. He was my best friend. I'll leave you with this warning. If you ever go camping, be careful and keep yourself armed. I never want something like this to happen to anyone. I don't even wish that experience on my worst enemy. However, I still go hunting to this day, but I warn you, never go into the woods in Arkansas. During winter, you may just find something out there that you don't want to find. And it may just be a mental thing, but sometimes at night, when it's really quiet, I can hear my friend calling my name. You ever wonder why people always say stuff like, don't be outside at night, or don't go out there alone, especially on the REZ? It's something that you always hear, and for good reason. The REZ is different, full of spirits, bad medicine, and stuff that you can't always explain. It's also not just talk. People know to respect what's out there, because the land carries a lot of history, bad history at that. But why is it that it's only on the REZ and not outside in the major cities? Well, for a few reasons. The REZ is full of troubled history. Many of our elders say that the negative energy, the spirits of those who died or suffer on these lands still linger. Even those who passed in tragic circumstances are considered restless or vengeful if the spirit is still lingering around. And here on the REZ, everyone and their mom has a story about someone who did something and what happened to them after. It's not just here on the Pine Ridge. You hear the same things from other reservations around too. It's almost like the land holds on to everything that's happened, good and bad. A lot of people suffer on these parts of the land, and some of those things never did leave. Breaking the rules, such as ignoring warnings or crossing spiritual lines, like whistling at night, walking alone at night, or opening doors when you hear knocking, is believed to invite danger. And you have to understand, when you're talking about the REZ, you're talking about a place where our traditions and beliefs are still alive, where if you break one of these rules, you can possibly disturb something. If you don't listen to those warnings, well, things are bound to happen. I'm sure you heard about skinwalkers, Bigfoot, water babies, the Wendigo, la lechuza, el nagual, the lizard man, la llorona, the stikini, shadow people, or possibly of how witchcraft can mess with you. All of this is tied into the land, and a lot of it has to do with indigenous history. People talk about these things because they seen them, they lived it. On the REZ, you don't mess with that kind of stuff. By the way, when I say the land, I literally mean the land. The isolation, the woods, the hills, the mountains, they're full of things that you don't want to come across. People here know better than to whistle after dark, or answer knocks on the door when no one's supposed to be there. It's not that creepy stuff only happens here, but out here on the REZ, it just seems like that curtain, the window between us and the other side, is a bit thinner. I'm actually from the Pine Ridge REZ, home of the Oglala Lakota Nation. I am going to say this is going to be a long story, If you don't like detailed stories, well, I guess you can skip through it. But there's so much history behind everything that I'm going to share with you. You ever had one of those days when something happens, and when it does, it suddenly reminds you of something that happened years ago? Does that even make sense? The other day I was looking at an old analog radio scanner when I had a memory come rushing back to me. This actually happened on a local Catholic school ground. It's called the Red Cloud Indian School. It has kindergarten through grade 12. For those who remember the gravestone that has the devil's face on it, it's not there anymore. If you know who I'm talking about, then you might remember his last name was Edwards. Anyways, it was called Holy Rosary Mission back in the day, and many people died on that highway right next to there. If you pass by there, you know how dangerous it can be having a school next to the highway. So a lot of people died there back in the day, or I should say throughout the REZ. But anyways, the school itself had some weird things going on. This is not surprising to anyone, nor to me. It's not there anymore, but there used to be a payphone in front of the school that people would use. That payphone is part of the story that I'm going to tell you. That payphone used to be located across the school. Where it used to be, now there stands the new building that was built a few years after this happened. Back then, the tribal law enforcement was known as the Naaldlooshii Tribe Public Safety Commission. They had the responsibility to enforce tribal laws, respond to requests for medical assistance, and more. The OST Public Safety Commission had 2 dispatch centers for the REZ. One of them was located in Coyote, South Dakota, which was responsible for the eastern side of the REZ. The other center was located in Pine Ridge, South Dakota, and it handled the western side of the REZ. One of the best things about working for the tribal court and tribal law enforcement agencies is the stories that you hear, or sometimes the stories you become a part of. I was a tribal prosecutor when this all happened, and maybe I'm telling my age here, but it's alright. I figure it's time to pass these stories down before my time here is up. Now, for those of you who don't know, a tribal prosecutor is like a bridge between law enforcement and the court system. My job was to handle all sorts of cases, everything from minor disputes to serious criminal matters, and I worked very close with the tribal police and dispatchers. If there was an arrest made, or if there was a situation that needed legal oversight, I would often be brought in to assess charges or give direction. That meant that I was around for a lot of what went on at the dispatch center. Even if I wasn't the one on the radio, I was always close to the action, you can say. And there were many nights when I would be in the same room with the people there, whenever something would go down. That night was one of those situations. This took place before the tribal dispatch center had audio recording. I'm saying this because I know you're wondering why I had to be there. Back then, every call came in on a landline, and dispatchers used legal pads to write down the calls. Calls to law enforcement were logged the same way, and everything was typed up at the end of the shift on a typewriter. No computers, no fancy systems, just the basics. Again, I guess I'm telling my age here. I happened to be at the office late that night, working on some paperwork for a case we were trying to get in court the next day. As I sat there, I remember hearing the line ring. It was a separate phone from the normal lines, so when that one went off, everyone knew it was serious. You could always feel a shift in the room when it rang. I was there when she answered the phone, around 3 in the morning, asking what the emergency was, and what assistance they needed. On the other end of the phone was a man. He was hysterical, he was crying, and hard to understand on the phone. The dispatcher was able to calm him down a bit when he told her that he needed help because he was being chased. Someone was trying to do something to him. The man started crying again on the phone as he told him that he was walking back into Pine Ridge when he got close to a little community called Calico. He met up with another man along the road. It was dark, and he couldn't see him too well. Something about the figure didn't feel right, so he kept walking. As he continued walking, the person followed behind him. As it started following him, it started saying things to him. Apparently, he just told him randomly that he was going to take his soul. He turned around and asked him what he said, and the man repeated that it was going to take his soul. He looked at him, and that's when he started running down the road. As he was running, he could hear the guy behind him, just repeating that he was going to take his soul. But then, it said something different. He told him it was going to take his soul, and when it did, he was going to eat it. Apparently the voice that the guy was using was really creepy as well. The guy kept running and running, but apparently the other person kept up with him as he was running as well. From just north of there, he was coming close to the Red Cloud Indian School. He kept running as this person was right behind him. He then saw the blue security lights of Red Cloud, and he ran to the north turnoff and down into the school. He remembered there was a payphone there. He screamed over his shoulder that he was going to call the police, as he possibly thought that maybe it was someone trying to pull a prank. When he said this, the other person just laughed at him and repeated, "I'm going to take your soul and eat it." He made it to the payphone and called police. The dispatcher thought he was drunk and asked him if he was drinking. He denied being drunk and wanted the police to come now. The dispatcher was about to ask him another question when he started screaming into the phone, yelling that he was on the phone with the police and to keep away. The tone of his voice was enough for the dispatcher to dispatch a unit to Red Cloud School. The dispatcher advised the responding unit that was on its way that it was possibly an assault in progress. The dispatcher got back on the phone and tried to tell the man that the officers were on the way. He was still yelling to keep away, and he said that the officers were on the way. Then, this is where you know it was serious and true. The dispatcher heard a very deep evil sound, a voice over the man yelling. It told him that it didn't care, that he was going to kill him, take his soul, and eat it. The voice alone made the dispatcher get chills. She got back on the radio and told the officer to step it up. She advised that she could hear the man yelling and a voice in the background threatening the man on the phone. Another unit was coming south from Oglala, going towards Red Cloud School. She dispatched that unit to the same traffic. As the units were on the way to the school, she could hear the voice repeating that it was going to kill him, take his soul, and eat it. The man was hysterical, screaming to keep away, crying and yelling at the voice. Then, the voice just laughed and repeated the same thing. But then, it added, "The police won't be able to save you from what's going to happen." That's when the man started crying again, yelling into the phone to hurry up. The dispatcher advised the responding units that she could hear the other person on the phone. Both units ended up arriving at the same time. The dispatcher could hear the sirens off in the distance on the phone, and the siren got louder as the units arrived. The dispatcher could still hear the man yelling, crying, and at the same time the voice was repeating, "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to take your soul and eat it." That's when she heard laughing as the sirens got loud, and the units both advised that they were on scene on the radio. The dispatcher advised that she could still hear the other party on the phone threatening the man. The man was still crying and now yelling. Then she heard officers in the background as the voice said one last time, "I'm going to kill you, take your soul, and eat it." The officers' voices could be heard by the dispatcher as they came up to the man. He was crying as they came up to him. The Pine Ridge officer came on the phone and told the dispatcher that they had arrived and were going to bring him in. Relieved, the dispatcher started going through the normal questions. "Okay, can you give me a description? How drunk is he? Was he carrying a weapon or anything?" The officer's response surprised her. "No, actually, he's sober. He looks like a normal guy. No weapon on him." That didn't make sense. She assumed both of them were drinking or something. But maybe it was just the fear. She decided to move on. "Alright, and what about the victim? Can you give me his information?" There was a long pause on the other end. "What do you mean?" "The one who called us. What does he look like?" More silence. There's nobody else here but him," the officer finally said. "What do you mean, nobody else?" She pressed. "I heard the other voice myself, just before you arrived." "I'm telling you, there's no one else here," the officer repeated again. "He's the only one standing by the payphone. We checked the area. There's no sign of anyone else." The officer from Pine Ridge went on to tell her that when he turned into Red Cloud School from the south, he could see the man standing by the payphone, The man was swinging towards the air at something as he came down to the payphone. The dispatcher heard the voice, but there was no one there as the officers arrived. And that was basically it. He was sent to the psych unit for 5 days. I don't know what happened to him after he got out. People stopped talking about it, like most things around here. Things like this get spread around, and they basically become stories to scare people into following the rules. But the truth is that nobody really forgets. The dispatchers that were there, they retired not too long after that. One of them moved to Kansas to be with her kids and watch her grandkids grow up. I still see the other one here and there. We don't talk much about that night. I brought it up once when I ran into her at the grocery store, just to see if she remembered it the way I do. She went quiet for a moment, then gave me a strange look. You know, the kind of look that people give you when they want to tell you something, but they think it's better if you don't know. She finally said, it wasn't just him. There was something else. Then she shook her head like she was trying to shake off the memory and walked away without saying anything else. I never pressed her after that, but sometimes, late at night, like right now, as I'm up writing this down, I think about the voice on that call, the way it said it was going to take his soul, and I do wonder, did it? I mentioned earlier how people say, don't be outside at night, or don't go out there alone. It's not just made up. There are things you don't do on the REZ for good reason, whether it's something as simple as not whistling after dark, or refusing to answer a knock on the door when no one's supposed to be there. All these rules exist for a reason. If you're not from the REZ, you might laugh at stories like this, and that's fine, but you don't know what is out there. The land carries the spirits of those who never left, and sometimes, out here, those spirits or things will notice you. In some cultures, there are witches. They shift into a human, animal, something in between. There's also people who curse others. They thrive off confusion and make your life hell. They don't need to kill you to hurt you. They just need to break you down. And if you do catch their attention, they will make you question everything. The man in this experience, he may have come across one of these things. Or maybe he was cursed. Maybe a shapeshifter was after him. Or maybe it was something much more old, something darker. I'm not sure. I mean, what was he doing out at night, that late? But I do know this. The man could see it, something in the dark. And when he ran, it chased him, saying that it was going to take his soul. Maybe that was just the beginning. I know, a lot of maybes. But you get my point. If you ever do come visit us at the REZ, or somehow find yourself on the REZ, especially after dark, please, listen to the warnings. Respect the land. Respect the spirits. Don't whistle. Don't answer knocks at the door when no one should be there. And if you hear somebody, or something, calling your name, or if you feel something following you in the dark, ignore it. People might believe in fences or county lines, thinking that they can leave this place and be safe once they cross over to the city, you can say. However, the spirits, these things, they are not limited by territorial names and labels. They go wherever they please, and sometimes they follow you. Y'all stay safe out there. This is my cousin's property that I went to go visit, and I'm never going back. I went to go visit my cousin in the country for 3 days. He has a house with a small lake, or a large pond, or whatever you want to call it. But it's big enough to swim in, that's what matters. His property also has a decent amount of thick forest. The forest surrounds the lake, his house, and his field as well. The field has a shed that's filled with junk. It's a pretty cool place. I used to go there as a kid. Basically, I would spend every summer there until I was 12. And suddenly, we just stopped going. And whenever I told my mom that I wanted to go back, She just said no. She gave no reason for this. She just said no. Eventually, I gave up and I just moved on with my life. But a few weeks ago, I got a call from my cousin. He says, "Hey man, I haven't seen you in forever. You need to come visit me." I'm thinking, why not? My cousin tells me that I can bring a friend or two if I want. He says that he's inviting some of his friends over too. His parents ended up going on the cruise. He's house sitting for them. He's older than me, 25 or 26, or somewhere around there. So I'll go visit with some buddies of mine, Mark and Aiden. I meet my cousin Luke and his 5 friends, Chris, Mary, Henry, Jesse, who's a girl, and Jasper. There's 8 of us in total. Me and my buddies arrive around 1, and we unpack everything. We're greeted with a joint and a beer, and we think this is pretty cool. All of my cousin's friends seem pretty chill as well. We head out to the lake to swim until it's about 3 or 4. As I'm swimming, I just get this bad feeling like somebody is watching me. I wave it off, and I just ignore that feeling. My cousin has a water trampoline for the lake, and also a paddle boat, so we screw around all afternoon until about 6 p.m. And then he tells us, "Alright, let's wrap it up." We all then say, "Oh come on, party pooper." But my cousin waves it off, and even though we argue, he makes us head up to the house. We do eat some pasta for dinner, and it's like 7 p.m. now. It's a beautiful summer night, and I want to go watch the sunset. I then grab a 6-pack and head outside. "Where are you going?" my cousin asks. "Oh, I'm just going outside. It's a nice night." He looks really nervous and says, "I don't know if you should do that. There are bears out there, and they can get pretty close to the house." I then say, "Well, if that happens, I'll just come back inside." But he still looks worried, like he doesn't want me to go, but he has no proper excuse, so he just lets me go. I'm chilling outside for a bit, and my cousin comes out after a while and he brings his guns with him. Man, what the hell do you need that for? I was born and raised in the suburbs all my life. I never touched a gun before, let alone seen one. He then says, "You know, just in case." We sit outside for a while. The sun is gone, and it starts to get dark. My cousin insists that we go inside. I finally give in, and he locks the door behind us. I notice that there's a huge deadbolt on the door, a really big one. There's also 3 smaller locks on the doors as well. I'm thinking that they just like to live secure, and he also mentioned bears. We head upstairs and chill with everybody else. They're watching a movie and smoking some weed. I take a seat next to Mary, because she's the hot one, and I've been spitting my game with her all day. After talking for a bit, we head to the room downstairs. We start making out. She's just about to take her top off and then stops. Is something wrong? She doesn't say anything. She just stares behind me like she's looking for something. Then, she screams. But it's the loudest scream that I ever heard. And then she runs out of the room. I look behind me, and there's nothing there. I'm like, damn, am I that ugly? I grab her shirt and follow her out. She's sitting in the middle of the living room. I give her the shirt and stuff. She puts it back on as everyone else runs downstairs. I ask what's wrong, and everyone else is a little bit annoyed. They're like, "What the hell was that screaming?" People start saying that I was trying to do something to her, and I'm like, "No, shut the fuck up." She finally speaks up, and I'm thinking, thanks, now tell them that I didn't do anything to you, before they start thinking wrong. What she says clears my name, but it basically ruins our vacay. She says that at some point she looked out the window, and she thought she saw something because the light was on, and she couldn't really see out the window all that well. And I think, alright, well that makes sense. She then says that all of a sudden, someone's face gets real close to the window, except their face was all wrong, distorted almost. Now I'm thinking, what the fuck? She said that their eyes were all sunken in, and their nose seemed broken off to the side. Everyone is now quiet, listening to her, and says that the mouth was just hanging open, like they had a dislocated jaw or something, thinking that there are some creepy people in the woods watching us. The other girl says, "Ew, He sounded ugly. Someone else thinks that she's kidding. My friend Aiden chimes in. It was most likely just your reflection. Of course he's telling me that. Everyone kinda chuckles, including myself. And then Mary says, I'm being dead fucking serious right now. I know what I saw. All this time, my cousin is just quiet. He hasn't said a word yet. I then ask him what he thinks, and everyone shuts up to listen to him. He says, I think we shouldn't worry about it right now. He says that he was wrong, and he knew it. Mary gets mad at people for not taking her serious, but she eventually calms down. We all settle down and sleep upstairs in the big room with the TV. The rest of the night is uneventful. We wake up the next day. We're still a little weirded out from last night's events, but fuck it, whatever. It very well could have been just some weirdo out in the woods. It won't happen again. We start out the day just fine. We eat breakfast and go for a morning hike with everyone except Mary, who actually left that morning in her own vehicle. We smoke a little bit and head back, this whole time feeling awfully paranoid that somebody's watching us. We start swimming. We're sitting on the water trampoline. On one of those moments, I'm looking out into the forest. That's when I see someone standing there. They're pretty far away though, so I can't really see who's there. I then start waving. This person waves back. However, the waves seem real sluggish, like slow motion. There was such a gap of time in between when I waved and it waved back. There's only 5 of us in total at the lake. Myself, Aiden, Luke, Mark, and Chris. Everyone else went to go smoke. I assume it was one of them and they were just really high. I look back at where the person was, and they are now gone. I think that I guess maybe they moved on. I don't know. Everyone who was gone suddenly shows up. I then say, how'd you guys get around the lake so quickly? They're confused. They say they were in the house eating. I say, no, you weren't. I was waving at you. Someone says, dude, what are you talking about? We all been inside. At this point I'm like, fuck, what the hell? I look over at my cousin Luke, and he looks a little bit worried. He looks out into the forest. Now I'm kinda weirded out. At this point I figure out that there's something up that he's not telling us. I get off the water trampoline, and I ask my cousin what the hell is going on. He says, not right now. I'll tell you later. So it's about 6 or 7 p.m. now. Chris, Henry, and Jesse go to the shed to get a shovel. They want to dig a hole so we can have a fire pit. They're gone for a long time. Then suddenly, we hear a screech from the forest. Then, more screeches. Luke tells us all to get the hell inside right now. And there's no argument or debate. We all go inside. As he closed the door, I said, what the fuck is going on? At first he says nothing, and then he says, they're not supposed to come out during the day. They're breaking the rules. I think, man, what the hell are you talking about? What are you saying? That's when we hear a loud banging at the door. We all jump. It's Chris screaming at the top of his lungs, open the fucking door. You guys open the door. Luke then opens the door, and Chris barges in. Henry and Jesse are nowhere to be found. Luke then asks, where's Henry and Jesse? Chris then says, we got separated. These things then started chasing me. Luke then goes around the house and locks all the doors and windows, and even closes the shutters. We then go upstairs and look out the window down the hill, and that's when we see a dozen of figures walking around near the edge of the woods. They weren't even really walking. They were just kind of, I don't know, jittering around like they were having seizures while walking. What the fuck? Aiden says. What? I ask, but I'll need him to answer. Henry and Jesse are on the path on their way from the cabin, as if nothing's wrong. They're just walking really slowly. They walk up to the door, try to get in, and start knocking. Should we let them in? I say. They're still knocking non-stop. Luke is silent for a moment, like he's seen this before, and doesn't want to tell us anything. He then says, it isn't them. What do you mean it's not them? They're still knocking, more than just one hand. It sounds like a bunch of people knocking together. He then says, "You're gonna be okay, but that's not them. It looks like them, but it's not. As a matter of fact, we need to leave." We wait until morning, but no one sleeps anything. There's knocking all throughout the night, endless screeching from everywhere. Eventually, the screeching dies down. The knocking fades too. By the morning, Henry and Jesse are still there. I look outside from the window above the front door. They're both staring straight at the door. Suddenly, they both look up at me, and their eyes, they look gone. Deep, empty sockets. Their jaws are slack, and now they're staring into my soul. They didn't have eyes, but I can feel them looking at me, even after I leave the window. Around 9 o'clock, Luke decides that it's time for us to go, and he gives us all golf clubs that belong to his dad. He then says, "We're all gonna run to the cars. Don't look, just go." He tells me to drive the Range Rover, and Chris is gonna drive the sedan. After designating where everyone's gonna sit, we all pile up at the back door. Luke then opens it slightly, looks around, and then starts booking it to the car. We all follow. We get in the cars. We see Henry and Jesse running after us, but they aren't running. It's almost like they're sliding across the grass while standing up, almost like puppets on strings. We get in the car. Jasper won't get in the car because he doesn't want to leave them behind. Luke then punches him in the face. He says that they're going to be okay, and he throws them into the passenger seat. We then drive off. Henry and Jesse are chasing us, loud screaming from everywhere. So loud, to the point where they're drowning out the sound of the engine. I then see figures on the side of the road. I would sometimes see faces, and they're exactly how Mary had described them. I wish I could forget them. They looked deformed, and improper, and not right. They all had slack jaws. One side of the jaw was hanging lower than the other. The shoulders were all lopsided. Their stance was not right, and their legs seemed broken and backwards like a grasshopper's legs. We kept seeing them until we left the forested area. I then drove 90 all the way home. A few days after I got home, I called my cousin, and I asked him what the hell happened. He then just kept telling me to forget it. I asked whatever happened to Jesse and Henry. He said he found them barely conscious, covered in bruises and severely dehydrated. They both did end up being okay. When I asked him once again what the hell those things were, and what they did to Henry and Jesse, he just said, "They are breaking the rules," and just tells me to forget that this ever happened, because it's easier than explaining it, and you'll just be better off that way. I did one of those at-home DNA testing kits. You know, the ones that they can tell your ancestral makeup, help you connect with long-lost family members or relatives, that sort of thing. The test that I used had this option to make your DNA available to law enforcement. That way, if there was a partial DNA match to a crime scene or victim, my DNA may help law enforcement identify the criminal. Maybe I shouldn't have opted in. The thing is, I've been hearing a lot about these in the news. If you're a true crime fan, you know that these kits can sometimes lead police to catch decades-old serial killers and rapists that have been avoiding capture. My thinking was that if one of my family members is actually a monster, well, I would want them behind bars, regardless of who it is. I opted in, but never really considered the possibility that there would be a match. And then there was. I was contacted by my local police department and notified that my DNA had been a partial match to a Jane Doe, and that they would like my help in identifying her. That was honestly not what I was expecting. I was a match for a dead woman. The police explained to me that our DNA profiles indicated we may have been related, and that they wanted to know if I knew of any relatives who had gone missing or hadn't been heard from in the past 5 years. They determined her time of death was about 5 years ago based on the state of her body when it was found. They have reason to believe it's a homicide, even though they weren't able to tell me the cause of death. Apparently, due to the state of her remains, it was impossible to tell. Well, I didn't know of any family members who had gone missing, but I don't know my extended family all that well. I decided to get my mom involved, who actually does genealogy. She worked with the police, going through our family tree, but she couldn't find anyone. So maybe it was someone we didn't know that we were related to somehow, possibly. At this point, we decided to talk to the rest of my immediate family and even extended to see if anyone else knew anything. Most of our family members thought it was pretty cool and actually wanted to see the mystery solved, even though a few of them were angry at me for giving my DNA to law enforcement in the first place. The police showed us a sketch of what they think the woman would have looked like, and my mom and I agree she has some resemblance to my Aunt Linda, especially in the eyebrows and high cheekbones. The police decided to ask Aunt Linda and her 2 children to submit DNA samples, and they agreed. It took about 2 weeks to hear back from the police after their samples had been submitted. They most likely weren't at the top of the list for the crime lab, but when they did get the results back, they ended up asking Aunt Linda and Bex to come down to the station. The police decided to ask Aunt Linda and her 2 children, one of them whose name is Bex, to submit DNA samples. They agreed. They asked Bex and Aunt Linda specifically to come down to the station. Bex actually asked me to come with her. She and I were really close growing up, basically best friends. We lost touch over the years and time, but I still consider her a close friend. I agreed to go in with her, even though I wasn't really sure why she wanted me there. When the police told us what they found, to say I was shocked is an understatement. The DNA match from Jane Doe was an exact match to Bex. My initial thought was that there must have been some sort of mistake. I asked what the likelihood is that the DNA matched Bex without actually coming from her. 1 in 5.4 billion, they said. They told us that this was extremely perplexing and that they had no explanation for the match. I asked Aunt Linda if Bex had an identical twin that nobody knew about. Maybe, but she shook her head. The police told us that identical twins don't actually have perfectly identical DNA anyway, so that couldn't explain the whole matching. I was concerned. I'm sure you can imagine why. When the police presented them with their evidence and shrugged it off, they laughed. Actually laughed. "Isn't that just the weirdest thing?" said Aunt Linda. They were both smiling and laughing the rest of the time, which clearly made the police uncomfortable. They told the police that they hoped Jane Doe could be identified one day, but that they were pretty sure they couldn't help any further. And then they left the police station. I followed after them in a daze, confused by what the police had told us, and by Bex and Aunt Linda's behavior. On the way home, I asked Bex if it truly didn't bother her. She said, "There's obviously been some mistake. It's just not possible for my DNA to match exactly with a dead woman. The police screwed something up, and they'll probably figure it out in a few days and call us and apologize. Don't worry too much about it." I did try to take her advice. My mom even agreed with her, saying that it must have been some sort of mistake and that it would get cleared up sooner or later. 3 days after we spoke to police, Bex and her 2 children disappeared. My mom had gone over to their place to borrow some family photo albums from Aunt Linda, just to discover that the front door was unlocked and open. Nobody was inside. We tried reaching them on their cell phones, but were informed that their numbers had been all disconnected. Nothing was missing from the house. They didn't take any personal belongings. Their cars were still there. It was like they just disappeared, and they didn't come back. We did report them missing, of course, and a few days after that, the police asked my mom and me to come down to the station. That's when they revealed that they had ran Aunt Linda's and her 2 kids' DNA through their databases and came up with 2 more exact matches to Jane and John Doe. whose bodies were found within 50 miles of each other, and the original Jane Doe. All of them died about 5 years ago. Once is a mistake, or maybe a weird coincidence, but 3 times, the police were baffled. They did ask us for all the information we could give them on my aunt's family. They specifically wanted to know what they were doing 5 years ago. All we could tell them is that they had gone on a family vacation that year and had been gone a week longer than they had planned. Other than that, we had nothing else. It's been a few months since then. The police have no answers for us, and we have no answers for them. I keep waiting for Bex to call or show up, or any of them really, but it's like they vanish off the face of the earth. The worst part is that there's nothing I can do. I've done so much research to try to find something that can explain what's going on, but I can't come up with a theory that makes sense. Nothing grounded in truth anyway. All I wanted to know is if I'm part Irish, and instead I ended up discovering that my family isn't at all what it seems to be. We all have that one friend who's not really into the holidays. You know, the one that won't decorate, won't dress up, won't wish you a happy whatever day it is. And even though he's agreed to come to your themed party, he'll stay in the back the whole time. In most cases, the hate is directed at just one holiday, whether it be Valentine's, Christmas, Easter, or hell, whatever day. My friend Patrick, he hated Halloween with a passion. Now, Patrick hadn't always been that way. I had known him ever since grade school, and we would spend Halloween together. But I noticed a sudden shift in his attitude around the time we got too old to go trick-or-treating, but too young to go out drinking. At first, I figured he was just being a normal teenager. Maybe he thought Halloween was just for babies. Maybe he was pissed off about not being able to go trick-or-treating anymore. Or maybe it was just a phase. Damned if I knew. It wasn't until last year that I found out the real reason. It was a few days before Halloween, and I was able to drag Patrick to a costume party. He had shown up in his usual t-shirt and jeans and told the doorman he was dressed up as a broke college student. He was in that state of semi-drunkenness, where he started slurring his words, but was still mostly coherent. Some chick wearing devil horns and almost nothing else ran into him, and I saw him flinch when he looked at her. He mumbled about how much he hated Halloween, and I finally got around to asking him why. That's when his face drained of color, almost like he hadn't had years to prepare for his answer. He emptied his cup and shuffled nervously from foot to foot. His story started with a promising, "You're not gonna believe this," but when Patrick was 14, his parents left him alone on Halloween night. There was nothing strange there. He was more than old enough to take care of himself. They left him with a bag of candy, and they put him in charge of handing it out to the neighborhood kids. However, they said that he should stop by 10 p.m., lock the doors, and turn off the porch lights. 10 p.m., they insisted, and not a minute later. There were enough kids that night that Patrick had to spend the first half of the evening sitting outside on the front porch, handing out candy to all the kids. Around 8:30 p.m., things started to get quiet down enough for him to head inside, make some popcorn, and start watching a scary movie. He had to pause every few minutes to cater to another cluster of children, but as the evening went on, the visits came fewer, until he only had to get up every 10 minutes or so. He didn't hear a sound for a good 20 minutes until he noticed somebody, a figure making its way up the driveway. Patrick rolled off the couch and checked the time. 10:08 p.m. Most kids had already gone home and were busy sorting through all their candy. Patrick knew from experience that houses tend to give out more treats near the end of the night, so that they can just get rid of all the surplus and close up shop. He figured that this kid was just trying his luck, hoping for a jackpot. It was too late to turn off the lights and pretend he just wasn't home, so Patrick decided that he was going to give the kid the jackpot he deserved, and would go dark as soon as he left. The figure rounded the corner as Patrick headed to the door. By the time that he had armed himself with a handful of candy and opened the door, The figure had reached the foot of the stairs. He then realized that the person just outside the beams of the porch light was much taller than a child. A parent, he figured. Maybe the kid had fell asleep, or was hiding under the thick black cloak the figure was wearing. The man's costume was strange. The fabric looked to be much higher quality than anything you could buy at a store, that's for sure. It was a thick cloak, covered in chains that jangled with every movement. 2 black horns protruded from the top of the hood, frayed fabric all around the holes they had torn.
Trick or treat, give me something good to eat.
It said. The voice was so unnatural that it sent a chill down Patrick's spine. He swore to me that it sounded like 2 people had spoken in unison. The figure then took another step up the stairs, which brought him within the radius of the porch light. Patrick could now see he was wearing a mask of a goat. Beneath his hood, 2 yellow eyes with slitted pupils stared at him, and he stared back. The mask, it was so lifelike. Its fur swayed softly in the breeze. It seemed to have its nostrils wet, and the eyes looked very real, as though they had been ripped right off an animal and glued on while they were still fresh. And suddenly, the eyes of the goat blinked. Patrick slammed the door shut and locked it. He could hear the patter of something thick as the figure climbed up the wooden steps. Patrick looked out of the peephole, praying that the man would take his mask off and start laughing at him.
Trick or treat, give me something good to eat.
It said again. Patrick watched as a long, forked tongue slither out of its mouth and licked its lip with feverish hunger. He strained his eyes enough to notice his feet clicking against the floor. However, it was a normal feet. It rammed into the door with all of its might, over and over again. Patrick didn't know what else to do but press himself against the door in hopes of keeping it shut and turning off the porch lights in a vain attempt at pretending he wasn't home. As soon as the lights went off, the creature stopped slamming on the door. The clattering of the footsteps slowly moved towards the living room window. In a panic, Patrick darted to the living room and drew the curtain shut. As he did so, he noticed every other house on the street had already closed their lights. He ran through the house, turning off all the lights he could find, and then ducked behind the couch and hid. Thankfully, the sounds of rattling chains and footsteps had stopped. Patrick studied me as he told me the story, almost as though trying to gauge whether or not I believed him. I didn't know what to say. It wasn't like him to spin yarns, but there was no way his story was true. It was most likely just some dude in a really good costume trying to freak you out, man. Mission accomplished. I reassured him. Patrick shook his head and told me his story wasn't done. He continued. It hadn't been very hard for him to convince himself the whole thing had just been in his head. He figured he had a sugar crash and dozed off mid-movie. It was all just a nightmare, nothing more. That is, until a year later, when Halloween rolled back around. He was home alone again. Well, sort of. He snuck his girlfriend in as soon as his parents' car disappeared down the street. He and his girlfriend left a bowl of candy on the porch and shut the curtains so they could just chill inside. Throughout the night, between the screams of bimbos getting mutilated on TV, they heard kids running up and down the front steps to grab Halloween candy. Again, as the night progressed, fewer and fewer kids showed up until the trick-or-treaters trickled to a stop. Patrick nor his girlfriend thought to turn off the porch light when 10 p.m. rolled around. Before long, they heard the clunk of something heavy on the porch, followed by a strong knock at the door. Now noticing the time and thinking that the bowl of candy needed to be filled, Patrick walked over and opened the door a crack. He saw a yellow eye with a pupil that darted from side to side until it was fixed upon him.
Trick or treat, give me something good to eat.
It said as a foot kicked at the door. Patrick screamed and slammed the door, attempting to close it. But this goat-headed stranger was putting all of its weight behind it. It was a tug of war, or rather a push of war, with the goat trying to open the door, and Patrick trying desperately to close it. Beads of sweat rolled down his face as Patrick yelled at his girlfriend to help him, Together, they were able to push it far enough to lock the deadbolt, but even then, the goat started to ram against the door. It looked as though the door was going to fall right off its hinges. Patrick's girlfriend was screaming. She hadn't seen what was on the other side of the door, but she knew it was trouble. "Turn off the lights," yelled Patrick as he desperately pressed himself against the door. She flicked them shut, and suddenly, everything went quiet. They waited in the dark for a while, none of them daring to look out the door or pull the curtains open to see if this thing was still outside. It wasn't until they heard the sound of a car up the gravel driveway that the two finally relaxed. I stared at Patrick this time in clear disbelief. Sounded like horse shit to me, or I guess I should say goat shit. He comes every year. If I have so much as one light on, no matter where I'm at, my parents' house, anybody's house, it doesn't even matter. It finds me. I let out a chuckle and patted him on the back. I played it off as a joke, fully expecting him to crack a smile and tell me he was pulling my leg, but he didn't. So I changed the subject and brought him a drink. Halloween came and went, and I forgot all about his story. Which brings us to this Halloween. I was hosting a party at my place. I invited Patrick, but he refused as always. Suddenly, a few minutes past 10 p.m., my phone started ringing. It was Patrick. I picked it up, but all I could hear were his sobs and the sound of violent banging on wood. Imagine the sound of your pissed off landlord banging on your door, demanding payment, times 20. Patrick's mumbles were all mixed up with his choked cries. "The lights," he kept saying. I didn't understand what he meant. I heard what I thought was his door splintering open. There was a loud slam and the sounds of jangling chains. Patrick screamed. A scream that made my body seize up. And that's when I heard it. I heard the most creepy voice that I could ever hear in my whole life. A voice so cold, it ran daggers through my veins. A voice that echoed through my speaker and seemed to not have one, but two sources. I mean, it sounded like a man, but with that normal voice came one that was deeper and produced an unholy growl with every syllable.
Trick or trick, give me something, or trick.
It said. That's when I heard something being dragged. Patrick's screams and the sound of jangling became distant until I couldn't hear anything anymore. I immediately left my party and sped across town to Patrick's condo. All I found was his phone on the welcome mat, his door hanging off its hinges, and the dozens of solar lights he had installed in his flower bed this past summer. My dad had moved away to live in South Carolina in the United States for a year, where he was living with his brothers. He had tried to stay here in Mexico with his business, his car, tire business. It was right there on the side of the road until almost no one passed by anymore, and eventually business went down. But he tried. He tried in many ways until nothing was working. Days would go by without a single customer, and when some money came in from a simple repair, just as it came in, he had to go pay it to Mrs. Clarita, who would always let us borrow some money as well, so that we could have something to eat. We were struggling big time financially, and then he decided to move up north to the States to make some money. He promised her that with his first paycheck, he would pay off the debts that he owed her, his own, and those left by his brothers as well. That's how my dad was, one of the most amazing people I ever came to know, always looking out for his family and working. The day that he left, I remember not wanting to say goodbye. I didn't want to see him. Deep down, I was actually very angry with him. Looking back, well, we were all dumb, emotional teenagers at some point. On the day he left, I went on a school trip, and we came back that afternoon towards the evening. However, I know my dad was waiting for me at home to leave. He wanted to see me before he left to the States, but I ended up calling from a friend's house to tell my mom that we were going to be running late, that we would actually arrive a few hours later, and I didn't get home until 8 p.m. I knew that my dad wouldn't be able to wait that long, and that by then, he would have already left. This way, I wouldn't see him. I know at this point you might be calling me arrogant, dumb, stupid, and all of the above. I learned my lesson, and I regret not being able to wish him safe travels and say goodbye, but inside of me, I wanted him to know that deep down, I didn't want him to leave us. Besides, no one had really told us. I actually found out through rumors of the town. My sister was also younger than me, so she also didn't really know too much. I just felt a certain way that he didn't tell his daughters his plans. That's how it was here, where I lived. It was a very small town that everyone knew everyone. I did miss him a lot, but as the days and weeks went by, I sort of forgot about those feelings when I was hanging out with my friends. My mom spent most of her time taking care of my sister, who at that time couldn't walk much due to a disability, and somebody had to take care of her all the time. I took care of her mostly in the mornings, but towards the evening, it was my mom's job. Among everything that I'm going to share with you, I do ask that if you judge my immaturity, consider that I was an obnoxious teenager, and that when I look back, I'm not proud of myself. Along with Ceci, my best friend, we were always wandering around town. She was very beautiful, so we were extremely popular. Well, I was popular by association, and we were invited everywhere. Everyone wanted to be our friends. Well, her friends. And well, I guess because of that, they wanted to be my friend as well. And that's how we started hanging out with the two guys, Rodrigo and Fidel. Rodrigo was one of the most handsome guys I knew, and the friendliest in town. So I was surprised when they approached us. Obviously because Rodrigo wanted to talk to me, and so along came Fidel, and Ceci eventually started dating Fidel. This girl completely fell in love with him, and so that's how the four of us all became friends, and we were always hanging out. It was like this just about every weekend. Well, Rodrigo didn't actually live in town, but after we became friends, he would come every weekend to visit Fidel, and so that's how we would all hang out. One evening, they invited us to a party. It was going to be held in some abandoned farmhouse. There were many stories and rumors about that place. It was said that the people who had lived there just left one night, just like that, without leaving any trace or sign of where they had gone. But another rumor said that the cartel had taken them. Apparently they owed something. But that's what people say around here when they want to feel safe, when they prefer to think that when bad things happen to people, it's because those people were involved in something. Maybe they owed some people money, or maybe they were involved in bad things. So the four of us went to the party. When we got to this farmhouse, let me just say that the vibe was just off. It felt strange, as if something terrible happened there. Maybe it was because of the rumors and stories told about it. Not to mention, we didn't really know some of the people who were there. Pretty strange. Especially because, like I said, it was a small town and we sort of didn't recognize anybody there. At least outside of Rodrigo and Fidel. We weren't drinking, and I suppose that's why we were the only ones who felt this way. Everyone else seemed to be enjoying themselves. So as soon as we could, we were able to get Rodrigo and Fidel's attention, and we told them that we wanted to leave. When we left, I swear the vibe that we had felt earlier and all the feelings just went away. I blamed it on the violence of that place, not exactly to anything paranormal. However, I must say that this town where I live is known for 3 things, and please, keep this in mind for everything else that I'm going to tell you. 1. People don't live here for long. They move in, and they end up leaving just like that. 2. This sort of connects with number 1, but half of the people who leave end up in the cartel by choice or by force. And 3, most important, we are known for the witches, for witchcraft. However, one doesn't have to worry about them. As long as you don't mess with them, they don't mess with the people. They don't talk to people outside of their circle. Plus, they live up in the mountains, in places that are kind of difficult to reach. Not because there's not a path, but because apparently only those they choose or pick can find them. The witches here never let themselves be seen, so much so that when you grow up, you think they are just stories told by your parents, by other adults, just to scare us. Now when I say witches, I don't mean old ladies in pointy hats and brooms. I mean people who just practice witchcraft. I relate this to people who have neighbors or know people who practice cleansings and healings and stuff like that. Well, that's how it is in this town. Technically everybody practices witchcraft to an extent, however you decide to define that. Anyways, so after the party, which felt odd from the start, it was still early, and we all debated on what to do next. Fidel suggested that we go visit the old cemetery just to read the graves, and at that age, the thought of sneaking around a cemetery, it sounded like the perfect adventure. The cemetery wasn't far, and with that in mind, we all decided to go. As we all got into the car, everybody was excited and nervous. The closer we got to it, the more quiet we all became. "You sure this is a good idea?" Ceci asked, half joking but with an edge of nervousness in her voice. "It's just an old cemetery," Rodrigo said, keeping his eyes on the road. Fidel leaned from the back seat, looking between me and Rodrigo. "You know nobody goes there anymore, right? The place is basically abandoned. No one's actually been buried there for decades. All the graves are old. Most of the people who remember those who are buried there are actually long gone themselves. Here it is. Cut the lights." Rodrigo turned off the lights as we rode slowly towards the cemetery gate, trying not to be seen by anyone who might, well, most likely not, be around. The gate was barely hanging on, broken down throughout the years. It's kinda sad when you think about it. All these people buried and forgotten. Even the ones who used to visit them are gone now, like they never existed. Almost like no one remembers you when you're gone. The cemetery was actually older than the town itself, and no one had taken care of it in so many years. The fencing had long been knocked down, and the ground was uneven, with weeds overtaking the headstones. There wasn't even any more room for new graves, so the place was left to just decay. Rodrigo turned off the engine. "Alright, here we are," he said, his voice a little too casual. We all sat there for a moment, staring into the darkness. Ceci took a deep breath. "Alright, let's do this. Who's going out there first?" she asked. We all laughed nervously and just got out of the car. The cemetery didn't seem that scary anymore. Sure, it was old and overgrown, but it wasn't like we were walking into some scary movie. I looked around, and for a moment, it actually felt pretty peaceful. Rodrigo reached for my hand as we started walking, even though I wasn't exactly scared. A few yards ahead, Fidel and Ceci were in their own world, whispering to each other. We walked around like that for a bit, pointing out an interesting gravestone here and there, or just making jokes here and there. "Honestly, this place isn't that scary," I said to Rodrigo. "I thought we would be freaking out by now." He squeezed my hand. "Yeah, I kinda expected more. But as long as I'm spending time with you, I don't care what we do," Rodrigo said. Eventually, we caught up with Ceci and Fidel near the edge of the cemetery. All of us starting to relax a bit. If anything, we started laughing because of how non-adventurous the night was becoming. "Well, this is the last time we let Fidel decide what we're gonna do," I said, and we all started laughing. As we started walking back to the car, for some reason, I looked back one more time, and that's when I saw her. A woman, standing out in the distance. Her back was turned towards us. I stopped, and Rodrigo stopped as well. Before turning back around, I said, "Hey, do y'all see that?" As I turned to face my friends, they were already looking back as well. Without saying a word, Fidel motioned for us to stay quiet and to move behind a tombstone with him, all of us hiding as we stared at this person. "Do y'all know who she is?" Fidel whispered. Nobody said anything. Y'all, for the first time, we are seeing one of the witches from the mountains. My sister has told me that sometimes they come down here for the soil, apparently because their own soil isn't good enough for their rituals, Fidel said. Their own? What do you mean their own? I asked. Yeah, the soil from their cemetery. The witch's cemetery? I asked, confused. Come on now, where do you think they live? Where do you think they go? What stories do you hear around here? I thought you'd been here your whole life, he continued. Look, they say that just up in the mountain here, there's a small cemetery with just a few graves, but instead of crosses, they have satanic symbols. It's a witch's cemetery. They often go there to perform their rituals, because apparently it's a very powerful place, as it holds the spirits of those who have died. They stay there, but when they need cemetery soil, which is holy ground, they have to come down here, to this one. People say that they also take pieces of the dead when they need them. We all continued staring at her as she started walking into the tree line, without having the slightest idea what Fidel was talking about, ignoring him basically as we were too busy looking at this witch. Sassy started giggling, and we asked what she was laughing at, and she said, how old are y'all to still believe in witches? Oh, you don't believe me? You think these are just stories? Fine, let's go follow her. I know where she's heading. You two can stay in the car and keep it running because I guarantee you we're gonna come back running. Sassy stayed quiet for a minute, and then, surprisingly, she agreed. And here I go with my stupid choices as well. But I wasn't gonna wait in the car with Rodrigo alone. We were coming too, and I wanted to see it for myself as well. I guess you can say that I spoke for both of us, even though by the look on his face, I could tell that Rodrigo was a bit scared. He most likely didn't want to go. And well, after what happened, I know if we could go back, we would have just ran out of there instead. So that's what we did. We started following her, keeping our distance and staying quiet as we moved out of the cemetery and into the tree line. The woman walked very slowly. Her clothing blended with everything around, which was black and dark, making it hard to keep track of her at some points. But every few seconds, Fidel would catch a glimpse of her. When we looked back, we could still see the town lights in the distance, clear enough that it seemed like we could shout or signal for help if some crazy stuff went down. Even though screaming wouldn't help as nobody would hear us. Or maybe it was simply because it was pitch black and we were surrounded by a bunch of trees. As we kept walking, suddenly, someone, I don't know if it was Rodrigo or Fidel who were in the front, whispered for us to stop as it was completely dark. He said he could see them up ahead. Me and Sassy walked towards where Rodrigo and Fidel were at, and that's when we saw them. Far in the distance, the silhouettes of what looked to be people. It looked like they were marking stuff on the ground. It took me a few minutes for my eyes to adjust in this darkness, almost like there was some sort of mist, but I noticed the silhouettes were dressed in black, blending into the darkness. It's like your eyes had to focus on them for a while to actually see them. The reason why is because there was no campfire, no light, no candles, nothing. Then, they started chanting, almost singing, but it was pretty strange. They started to twitch and move weird, and that's when Sassy or Fidel, one of them moved their feet, because I heard it to my left. One of them broke a twig, and with that, they stopped their singing, and it just got really quiet. They stayed still for what felt like minutes, and that's when Fidel said, "Let's go back right now." We then started running back down from where we came from. You could see the cemetery, but we ran down laughing, yet scared. Laughing because Fidel was just shouting at us how he told us and we didn't believe him. We then hurried into the car and took off. Now, this is where we should have known that stuff started happening, but we ignored it. When we got inside the car and the interior lights turned on, Fidel said which one of us had stepped on some dog shit, because yeah, it did smell like it, but we all checked our feet. But we realized that all of our shoes seemed to be covered in dirt, some yellow dirt that had a disgusting smell. Rodrigo said that he was going to make us clean his car after we got back, and just like that, we sped away. As we were on our way back to town, I started feeling really exhausted and just ready to go home. I'm not the outgoing type. Well, I am. I mean, we all are, but not this late. That's when I asked Rodrigo to drop me off first, even though Ceci's house was closer. I started feeling terrible, like I was gonna vomit at some point. We all assumed it was whatever this gold dirt mixed with crap that we all had stepped on. So as soon as I got dropped off at home, I took off my shoes and left them outside in the front. I figured I would clean them tomorrow. I went inside my house and my mom was asleep with my little sister beside her in the living room. For a moment, I was startled when I looked towards the corner. I swear I saw someone standing there. But it was just the clothes that my mom used for her sewing. A bunch of black shirts that were piled too high on the chair next to the window. It formed a very clear silhouette of a person. It always scared me to see these things. Imagine walking around your home and out the corner of your eye you see a silhouette, especially late at night. Whenever I walked around the house, I would always have to look twice everywhere. This time, I couldn't wake my mom or take my sister to bed as I always did. I felt awful, but I just went to my room, and before I could even undress, I fell onto the bed, feeling like my head was spinning. Looking back now, I can tell you it felt like I was very drunk, but without losing consciousness, just a feeling. But my mind was still working fine. Plus, I think it was a mixture of everything, like the singing that we heard at the witch's cemetery. It kept echoing in my mind. As I was laying down in bed, I suddenly got this strange feeling to vomit, and as best as I could, I threw myself off the bed to avoid doing it there and threw up on the floor. I felt it deep from my stomach, but then, that's when I felt something in my throat, like if something was stuck there, an itchy feeling, and this time, I made my own self throw up. It was a small dime-sized ball of black hair tangled together with pieces of what seemed to be dirt. I don't know why, and I'm not sure how to explain it, or why I thought what I did at that moment, but I started freaking out because I had this feeling that it was a dead person's hair. So much for sleeping right away. I cleaned everything up and went to go shower. When I came back out and laid in bed, I was looking up at the ceiling, and my head started to feel like it was spinning. I felt some sort of headache coming, and I started feeling dizzy to the point where I just passed out. As I woke up in the early morning, I was on the floor, somehow, even though I know I fell asleep on the bed, but I did feel better. However, I could still hear that same singing echoing in my head, and the only thing I could think of was that I had to go back, that I had to take this thing, this hair, whatever it was, back to the cemetery. I couldn't stop thinking about it that morning, and so I decided that I was going to do it. My mom then told me early in the morning that she was going to go make deliveries of the shirts and dresses that she made, and that she would leave my sister with me to take care of her. As soon as she left, I immediately put a jacket and a raincoat on my sister, and then I called Rodrigo to come pick us up and take us back to the cemetery. I didn't explain to him why or anything, and he just said that he would be here shortly. Come to find out, he was also feeling sick for some reason, so it didn't seem unbelievable or crazy as to what I was requesting from him. About 15 minutes later, he was outside my house. Just as an FYI, in small towns like this, where stories of witches and curses are told from one generation to the next, there's one rule that everyone knows. If you are ever touched by witchcraft, you have to go back where everything happened and undo what was done. It's not just superstition, it's something that everyone believes. As we got inside the car, I put my sister in the back and I got in the front. As soon as I opened the door, I noticed that his car had been cleaned already. Dang, that was fast, I said. Rodrigo looked at me weird and said, it was actually like this when I got inside of it this morning. Like all the dirt just went away. Weird. I didn't want to talk about what we did last night in front of my sister, so I simply waited for us to get to the cemetery. After a while of just being silent, the rain had almost stopped when we arrived. We got there and my sister was just looking everywhere, but I know she would be fine. I told her to wait for us in the car and that we wouldn't take long, and Rodrigo and I began to walk towards the cemetery. When we were a bit further from the car, that's when I stopped Rodrigo and told him, "Do you know about the stories that were told growing up, about the witches and the curses? Did your parents ever tell you these things growing up?" "Yeah, they did," he said, his voice quiet. "Why do you ask?" I took a deep breath. "In towns like ours, if you've been cursed or touched by witchcraft, you have to go back to the place it happened. The curse stays with you until you undo what was done. That's what everyone says." "What do you mean?" Rodrigo asked. "I think we ended up disturbing something that night. Maybe it was the way we treated the whole thing like a joke. Maybe it was the dirt, the yellow dirt that got stuck on our shoes. But the rule is always the same. You have to go back. You have to return to the place, or it'll follow you." He stopped and looked at me. You think we're cursed?" I hesitated for a moment, then reached into the pocket of my jacket. I pulled out a small plastic Ziploc bag. I held it up so that he could see it, but I didn't say anything at first. He looked confused. "What is it?" he asked. "I spit this out," I whispered, my voice very steady. "Last night, after we came back, I was feeling really sick, and when I threw up, this came out." Rodrigo stared at the bag. "You think that came from the cemetery?" "I don't know. All I know is that something inside tells me that we shouldn't have been here last night. It's not a coincidence to me. All I know is that maybe we need to find the lady, the one we saw last night, even if we gotta go back into that section of the woods that we went into." "Alright, fine. The first time we see some weird shit, we're leaving." I did agree, and when we crossed the old cemetery and started to enter the bushes and woods, Rodrigo stopped for a moment and said, "Are you sure you want to do this? I mean, you don't want to at least maybe wait and go with Ceci or Fidel?" At this point, I was just over Rodrigo being scared. I told him that he could wait here, but I was going to go in and see if I could find this old woman. To be honest, I was scared. But remember how I told you, witches aren't witches like the ones you see in the movies. They are real people. They can be your neighbors. Even good people who practice healings and cleansings are considered witches. Again, as long as you don't mess with them, they aren't gonna mess with you. I ended up telling Rodrigo to stay here and wait for me then, and that I would go up there alone since he was being a scary chicken. Plus, he could actually keep an eye out on my sister just to be on the safe side. To my surprise, he actually agreed. I swear, if he thought this relationship was going somewhere, those were major points being taken. Honestly though, I didn't know what I was gonna find, or what I was even gonna do. I expected the worst, and still, nothing. Nothing could have prepared me for what I saw when I arrived at that place from the previous night, where those figures were standing. I want to be very careful with what I'm gonna tell you, maybe because you won't believe me, but I'm gonna try my best to explain. As I was walking, I could feel the voices in my head quiet down. That's when somehow I recognized the place. I was able to see the graves, just a few, maybe about 7 of them. They seemed to have been there for a long time. Maybe about 7 of them. I went up to them. There was nobody around. They seemed very old, like they'd been there a long time. The weird thing is that instead of crosses like in the old cemetery, there were all sorts of wooden symbols. As I approached the first grave, I noticed something. The graves were open. It was like somebody had dug everything out, and they were also empty. The only thing that was inside of them was what seemed to be clothing. When I leaned into one of them to get a better look, that's when I felt like I was gonna throw up again. Except this time, I couldn't clear my throat or do anything. I started to feel like I was choking. My knees buckled, and for a moment I almost felt like I was being drawn into the pit. And that's when I felt someone. They were holding me. It was Rodrigo. I stood up and hugged him, and I thanked him for coming. I grabbed the little Ziploc bag I had with me and tossed it into the grave. And Rodrigo said, "Are you sure you're supposed to do that?" "I'm not sure, but it's worth a shot, right? If only that woman was here, we could have asked her what she wanted, or if we did anything wrong. But I was so ignorant. Stupid. There's nothing good in witchcraft. Not even the good kind. It can open doors to things you don't even see. You think these witches have some sort of power or something. Where do you think they get it from? Where they draw it from? Or who gives it to them? If anybody could do these things, everybody would be doing them. But it comes with a price. And it comes from those things that we can't see, Rodrigo said. I can't believe he was over here trying to lecture me about everything I just told him I had experienced so far. And to be honest, at the moment I felt a bit offended because there are good witches that live in town. Like my other friend Karina, that I will tell you about later. I was annoyed at Rodrigo at this point, so I asked him why he even came over when he was supposed to be watching my sister. He told me that the only reason he came is because he heard me calling him, but I told him I didn't say anything, and then it hit me. My sister was alone in the car. We ran back to the vehicle, and that's when the rain started to pour down again. I felt this panic run across me. I can't believe this fool left my sister alone, I said in my head. I felt a wave of relief when I saw my sister waiting in the car in the distance when I came out the tree line. I ran up to the car and told Rodrigo to unlock the car. She looked worried. I opened the door and that's when she hugged me. She told me that some people had passed by the road and looked into the car, saying something to her, but that she didn't say anything back to them, and they just kept walking. It didn't seem that strange, right? But to me it did. Why? Well, no one in town ever went down this road. It would only lead to the cemetery and that's where it ended. No one had any reason to go to this area, especially in this weather. There were no houses nearby, and the road didn't go anywhere else. I told my sister that there were most likely neighbors from the nearby house, even though there wasn't any nearby houses. But that's what I told her, just to keep her from being worried. That's when Rodrigo said, "Yeah, let's not come here again. By the way, clean your shoes." As I realized I was covering the yellowish mud dirt again, and he was too. Rodrigo dropped us off at home, not even saying anything on the way back home, which was actually perfect. For the next several days it seemed like everything had just went away. Nothing else happened, no headaches, nothing. You know how sometimes you know you did something wrong, and you just know that the other person somehow knows? Basically I felt free, but I do wish that would have been the case. A few days later, I was awakened by a noise outside the house. My mom wasn't home. She had stayed with her godmother to take care of her, as she did every other week. I wasn't too worried. There's always animals that make noises like that. However, this time, it sounded different. It sounded like, well, I'm not even sure how to describe it. A non-animal noise. I know it wasn't an animal this time. I peeked out the window and saw a black figure moving quickly around in the darkness, like a cat but the size of a person, crawling on all fours. I panicked and closed the curtain, thinking it was my imagination, or was I just sleepwalking? I have to make sure, so I looked again, and I didn't see anything. I let out a sigh of relief, thinking it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. And as I was about to go lay back down in bed, I heard my sister's bedroom door opening, and then the sound of her struggling to walk down the hallway to my room. I got up to help her and asked her what was wrong, why she had gotten up. "There are people outside," she said. "What do you mean?" I asked. "There are some women outside. Come sleep with me," she said. I helped her walk back to her room and we both laid down in bed together. My sister was disabled, but I know she never said any weird things like that, so I had to make sure there was nobody outside. I got up and approached the window, and what I saw was exactly like what we had seen days before at the witches' cemetery in the woods. It was them, those same black figures. They were outside my house, but they weren't doing anything. They were just standing there. Call me stupid, but all I did was close the curtain and got in bed with my sister and try to think of something else. I was scared and just started praying quietly in my head because I didn't want to scare my sister. I thought about my dad, about how much I missed him, how I wish he was here with us to protect us, to comfort us, and tell us it was okay. I hated myself for being mad at him. I eventually fell asleep with my sister because the next morning, when I woke up, she was next to me. I wish I could tell you this was it, but this continued every night for the next few days. They were always out there at random times at night. Even though my mom was home the next few days, I was still terrified, and I didn't want to tell her. I know that she was most likely gonna get onto me, claiming that I must have done something to be experiencing those things. The only thing that I did tell her was that I saw something strange outside my window at night. I didn't exactly tell her that there were figures standing around the house, the ones that were just looking at us at night, or the time when I woke up and the silhouette of someone was in the window outside, or the one about when I saw an old woman that would be peering into my window at night. I know it wasn't my sister and she wasn't really able to walk that much. Plus, she would never go outside or stand at my doorway. For the next week, it was like this. I even started sleeping with my sister every night, and she thought I was trying to keep her safe, which in a way I was, but if anything, I was doing it so I could feel safe. The final straw was one time when my mom wasn't home at night. I woke up really thirsty and got up. My sister was a deep sleeper, which is another reason why I knew she wasn't the one walking around at midnight. I left the room and closed her door. I went to the bathroom first, and after that, I went to the kitchen, and I was gonna get some water when I noticed that the back door was completely open. I quickly went to close it, but then I noticed something on the floor in front of the door. Footprints of yellow dirt traced the entire hallway, leading to the living room. The only thing that I could think to do was to walk back over to my sister's room, even though I had to pass by the living room doorway, which is where the footprints led to. Forget the glass of water. I left it on the counter and decided to go back to the safe space of my sister's room. I walked slowly through the hall. I could just continue straight to my sister's room, but I needed to look to make sure who or what was in here. As I walked by, I peered into the dark living room. There was nothing. However, just to double check, I was about to step inside, and that's when I saw someone sitting in the middle of the darkness. My heart stopped. I was about to run to my sister's room when I realized it was my mom's pile of clothes that she makes, as always, forming a silhouette. Have you ever washed your clothes and just thrown it everywhere on a stand or a chair? You can just imagine, right? I let out a sigh of relief, scared, and even finding a little bit of humor in it. I turned around to go back to my sister's room, but then something made me look back. As I did, the head of this figure, this silhouette that was formed by the darkness, started to turn. I focused my eyes just to make sure I wasn't seeing things again, but then that's when I distinguished the human face. A woman with no hair, sitting with her back to me, but she started twisting her neck to face me. When she did, I felt like my whole body froze. I couldn't move. She had some black eyes that I will never forget. No eyebrows, just big, black pits. I was gonna try to run, but that's when she stood up so quickly and just ran towards me. I closed my eyes and just started screaming and screaming, not holding anything back. I'm not sure what happened next, but all I remember was screaming, feeling like time had slowed down. Because while screaming, I could remember thinking how freaked out my sister was gonna be if she heard me. I came back to my senses. My mom was hugging me, and my little sister was turning on the light, crying, not knowing what was going on. I assumed she was crying from the confusion of seeing me like that. I pointed to the living room, to the chair, but there was no one there. All the clothes and fabrics that my mom uses for her business, the ones that were all piled up everywhere, were now on the floor, covering that yellow dirt. I tried to calm down, and my mom was trying to help me as well. Finally, I was able to breathe. My mom fixed me some tea, and she also said that if I wanted to, I could sleep with her in her room, which is exactly what I did. Not only her, but my little sister as well. We all ended up sleeping in bed with my mom. I told him that I had a terrible nightmare and apologized. And believe it or not, I actually convinced myself. Looking back, obviously it wasn't, but I think sometimes we as humans want to convince ourselves that something isn't happening so that we don't gotta deal with it or face it. And so I spent the next several days with nothing happening, which actually made me think that everything was just a nightmare. Nothing more than a feeling of guilt for visiting that place. I did start taking some sleeping pills in secret from my mom. As a matter of fact, the same ones that she would use, as she could no longer sleep without them because of the stress caused by my father's absence, or the financial struggles of having to provide and also maintain us as a family. There were many times I think she actually didn't mind, and maybe it even felt comfortable me being there with her. I thought everything was fine and back to normal. However, that's when the rumors started. People were saying that some of the old graves in the old cemetery had been opened, vandalized, and suddenly, everyone was talking about the same thing. Out of nowhere, all the gossip was about the cemetery, the one that no one went to anymore, the one that we actually went to go visit. It was filled with people, with police officers, even people from the capital. In a small town like this, something like this is sure to make the news, at least in our local news, because not only were some of the graves digged out, on 7 of them, the bodies were taken. At least, what was left of the bodies. Now, there was no Facebook yet, but the photos started going around in email chains and in some forums that were used to keep the community informed. Many people were talking about who could have done this, while other people were saying that it was the witches. Everyone knew there was women who practiced witchcraft. Some of the rumors were that you never knew who was a witch. It might have been your neighbor, so when people spoke of them, they wouldn't exactly say it was the witches, as they were scared to say it. They just described the bad witches as old women who roamed naked throughout the forest, who would come down to steal some of the livestock. Some stories were even used by parents to scare children at night. The talk was that the bodies were used by witches for their own ritual. But the mayor of this town, a middle school teacher who didn't even know how he ended up in that position, tried hard to convince people that it was all nonsense, but he assured the town that it wasn't anything paranormal or witchcraft itself. He swore up and down that none of that was true, that it was most likely some of the young kids who, again, everyone in town knows that only the young kids go to that place to smoke and drink, to get away from the public and not be seen. He said that this had nothing to do with somebody doing witchcraft, that there wasn't a witch's cemetery. I couldn't help but think that maybe all of this had something to do with what we saw and experienced that night. But I couldn't say anything. I had to keep it a secret. Why get myself into trouble? Why get involved in something I shouldn't? Why should I admit that we walked to that hidden cemetery and that it was real? That we saw those figures, those witches. The next day, even though there were always 2 policemen guarding the cemetery that the mayor had actually placed there to guard it further from anything else, they found something strange. Well, not really strange. They found the remains of something, of someone. People started saying that the witches left something, or someone, a body, but it was in a terrible state. The talk, or the rumor, was that it was the body of a kid, or what was left of him at least. They had placed it in one of the 7 graves. This actually did cause true fear in the whole town. The people in the town began to stay inside at night, saying that the witches were on the loose and hunting. The only people who went out at night from that day on were the police and the mayor and his wife. The mayor wanted to show the people that there was nothing to fear, that there was nothing going on. But there was one night when I chose not to take those sleeping pills. I just didn't want to grow dependent on them. And that night, Something woke me up around 3 in the morning. I got up from the bed and looked out the window. Nobody was there, but that's when I heard voices coming from the hallway. I stepped out of my room and the hallway was empty, but that's when I heard a strange, raspy voice coming from my little sister's room. But the voice, or whatever it was not my sister's voice. It was the sound of an old woman. I ran to her door, terrified, but it was locked. No matter how hard I tried to open it, it wouldn't budge. And that was impossible because our doors didn't have locks. But the doorknob wouldn't turn. It was almost like someone was holding it from the inside to prevent me from going in. I went to get my mom, but she wouldn't wake up. So I went back, determined to break down my sister's door if I needed to. But this time, it opened. My sister opened it, looking at me like if she had just woken up. I hugged her and checked her room, but everything was fine, normal. I asked her what happened, who was in there with her, hoping that she would say no one, that it was all a mistake, and that maybe I was dreaming. But instead, she said she left. Who was in here with you? I asked. The lady, the old woman, with no eyes or hair, the old woman who comes every night. I took a few seconds to process what I just heard, to ask her what the hell she meant by saying that she came every night. I couldn't believe it. My little sister had been experiencing all of this and hadn't told us. She could barely walk a few steps without falling, without needing somebody's help. She had been going through all of this alone for so many nights. It broke my heart. She told me it was the woman from the yard, among other figures as well. But only she would come close to the window, looking in. But the night that I woke her up with my screams, that's when she started appearing inside, naked, sitting in the wooden chair that we kept in her room by the window. My sister said that she would tell her that our dad was never coming back, that he already had another family over there in South Carolina, that he had found a woman with perfect daughters, not like us, with a healthy daughter, not like her, a kid who could run and play alongside him, that over there, he had an older daughter who wasn't crazy like me, who was always in a good mood, and a mother, a partner for him, who had become a girlfriend, not like our mom, who blamed him for not being able to support the family and get ahead in life. My sister told me this without crying, but deeply sad, accepting it, even though she was too young to understand adult relationships and all the stuff that comes with it. And that's why, because of what she was saying and all the details of it, I knew she wasn't making any of this up, that it couldn't come from her own mind. Someone was telling her this. Someone was talking to her every night. Everything made sense now. Someone was coming to visit her. I ended up sleeping with my sister the rest of the night. The next morning, when I woke up, I decided to talk to my mom about this. I don't know why, but knowing that my poor little sister was going through all of this actually made me say something about it. If it was just me, I would have been fine with it. I mean, not fine, but, face this alone and let me face the consequences of my own actions. But now that my little sweet innocent sister was brought into this, I had to tell my mom everything that happened in the cemetery, everything from the yellow dirt, from what happened when we returned to the cemetery the next morning, those people surrounding my sister in the car, every single detail. But she didn't believe me. I felt that she didn't want to believe it. She told me that if I was worried about the witches, why didn't I go to the police and tell them what I saw? Show them exactly where that strange cemetery was at. That maybe this could help them solve what they were investigating. And then, what she told me next broke my heart. She said that it's not that she didn't want to believe me. She said that if she accepted to believe me, there would be no limits. That I could basically invent whatever I wanted, just to get away with whatever I wanted to do in life. She said not to talk to her about this no more, and that if a witch did come at night, she was going to send her to my room so I could deal with her. What the fuck? Sometimes, I just couldn't understand my mom. Well, so much for all of this. I ended the conversation and went back crying to my sister's room. She was already awake and asked me what was wrong. I just hugged her for the next hour or so, not saying anything. I then heard my mom leave, not sure where she was going, but I swear, my mom was nice sometimes, almost like bipolar. She had these characteristics where it was like, who are you, you know? I heard the vehicle turn on as she left. I realized this was my chance. Remember when I told you that I had another friend, a friend named Karina? She was actually the neighbor from across the street. She was taking care of the house that the neighbors had left behind. They left it to her so no one would break in or take over. Karina was around 20 years old, and she also had a son. His name was Pablito. There were never any signs of the dad. The story was that he ended up marrying somebody else from town who didn't want to take responsibility for Pablito. Karina was only a few years older than me. She knew a lot. Even though we were close in age, she was sort of a misfit. She didn't really hang out with anyone. I often saw her at dawn, walking through the town with Pablito strapped to her back. She would return with bundles of plants and plenty of bags in her hands. She would light small fires at random hours, preparing mixtures outside, and singing and chanting in the backyard, stuff that I couldn't quite make out. It was well known in town that Karina practiced curas, or healings in English. It was her own form of medicine passed down through her mom, but it was nothing like the healings I had seen before. Her methods were a bit different. People respected her for it, even though many kept their distance, which is why she was more left alone, and not many of the young people wanted to be her friend. Maybe I got to know her better, because we were neighbors. When I saw her outside that day, I decided I was going to ask her what she thought of everything that was going on. The moment that I approached her, before I could even say a word, she looked at me and asked, "Have you seen her yet?" Surprised, I replied, "Have I seen her? Who?" Even though I already suspected the answer. "The woman that came into your house. She lives there. She leaves through the window and crawls into the hole in your roof. That's where she hides during the day. And at night, she comes back out and enters through your sister's window." When she told me that, I felt a chill down my spine. I got scared. I looked back at the house, and indeed, there was a small hole near the roof, like the holes that pigeons make to get inside. That's when it clicked. The noises that I've been hearing, that were hard to describe, which I thought were animals, were most likely coming from the attic, and the only thing I could do in response was to ask another question. "She's a witch, right?" "No, she's a dead woman. I'm not sure where you brought her from. If it was a witch that's been hanging around, she wouldn't have let you get close to my house," she said, smiling as if she realized she might have been too honest. "She must have clung to you from some place you enter. But if you haven't seen her yet, I don't think you will. Not many people notice them, but everyone can feel them." As she was telling me, that's when I saw Pablito. He was playing with a girl that I didn't know, off to the side of her house. She looked to be about 7 years old. She told both of them to go inside, and that she would be back soon. She was just going across the street. She then took some plastic bottles that were filled with something from her bag. It almost felt like she was expecting me this whole time. They don't always stick around much, but with a good cura, a good cleansing, they leave. They go back to where they came from. "By the way, where did you go to bring this one back with you?" she was asking as we crossed the street together. There's been a bunch of times where I had the chance to talk with Karina, but I was always amazed by how she spoke about these things. I think that's why for the first time in days, I felt peace, almost safe around her. She knew what she was talking about, even if I didn't fully understand. However, from the time that we left her house until we crossed the street and reached mine, I noticed that she was starting to slow down. As we approached my house, she then peeked in through the window, as if looking for my mom, and I told her not to worry, that my mom wasn't home. My mom didn't like me spending much time with Karina, and she also knew that. Everyone in town sort of felt this way. One, because they blamed her and accused her of witching the guy that she was with, and that apparently that's why he left her, because again, everyone knew that she practiced her own stuff. She started to shrug her shoulders and said she felt something strange on the back of her neck. She then asked if we had a ladder or something to get to the roof. I said no, but my dad left a bunch of crates from his business in the backyard, so we went and pulled some crates we had behind the house and set them up to stand on them, our own little platform. She then soaked the cloth with water from one of the bottles that she had brought. She started praying something and then stopped again. It really seemed like something was bothering her. Something was making her feel uncomfortable. The confidence that she had a few moments ago was nowhere to be found. She climbed into the crates with the soaked cloth in hand and was able to peer through the hole in the roof, and that's when she gasped. She then jumped down and started walking towards her house, dropping her bottles, dropping the cloth, and almost running back across the street. I followed right behind her, very confused, asking what was going on, and she kept repeating that I should take the cloth, wipe down the doors of my house, take the bottles and sprinkle them on the doors and windows. I kept asking her why, asking what she was going to do about the woman on the roof. She then ran inside her house, and with the door half open, she looked out, scared, and told me not to go near that hole in the roof, to use what she had given me, that maybe it would help me get through the night calmly, but that she couldn't help me any further. And just like that, she slammed the door in my face. I knocked again after she slammed the door, begging her to tell me what was happening. I asked her what she would do if it was her kid in that house, like my sister was. She opened the door, looking down, avoiding to look behind me at the house, and she said, "There are many of them, hiding in your roof." They looked at me. They're awake. I saw their eyes shining in there, like animals. They're feeding off of somebody. I don't know how long they've been there. I don't know where you went, but I can't help you anymore. I only know how to do little things. I'm sorry, really, I can't help you anymore. She then asked me to come closer, and when I did, she whispered in my ear, "There's a witch in your house. She's calling the dead." And just like that, she slammed the door in my face again. I ended up walking back home confused, wondering if everything was true. I mean, she didn't have a reason to lie. I got back home and got on the phone with Rodrigo to find out what the heck is going on in this town. His mom asked me if he wasn't with me, and I told her no. She asked if he was okay, and she said that her son had been acting very strange. She also said that Fidel had come to look for him in the middle of the night, and they stayed talking outside for a long time. She mentioned that Fidel looked very thin, like he hadn't eaten in days, and that's when it hit me. I realized it's been about a week since I had spoken with Fidel or Ceci. Not sure if it was just because of everything going on, but it had been about a week now since I heard from them both. She told me that this whole time she thought he was in our town, hanging out with us and staying with Fidel. I told her I'm not sure, but if I was to hear from him, I would let her know. Well, so much for him being dependable. I made my sister breakfast that morning, and we just talked. It felt nice. I went out with my sister, and we went around the neighborhood. I was pushing her wheelchair because she couldn't walk. Well, she could walk, but only a little bit before getting tired, and her legs giving out. Not just her legs, but her voice too. She was always feeling very weak. It wasn't anybody's fault that she was born like this, so I would try my best to be the best sister she could have. Sometimes I did feel guilty or bad, because I would go out with my friends and she couldn't go nowhere but stay at home. She didn't even have friends. The only friends that she had was me and my mom. And, well, my dad. But he was nowhere to be found. He hadn't even called back home since he left. What if he really did start another life in the States? This wouldn't surprise me. A lot of people do that. A lot of men, they end up leaving saying that they're gonna get a visa or permit, and they go make some money and come back. Sometimes they just disappear, building a whole different life up north. We were outside that whole afternoon just going to the market square, looking at the different vendors, and we just spent the day together, clearly to stay away from the house. After a few hours, I figured my mom would be back home and we decided to go back. My sister was very sleepy that she even fell asleep on the wheelchair, but it was okay. She spent most of the day sleeping the past few days, and now I finally understood why she couldn't sleep at night, at least the past few days. When we got home, the door was open, and my mom was standing in the doorway, very angry, looking at some of the stuff Karina had left. "What is this?" my mom asked, pointing at the bottles. "They're from Karina. She told us it's to keep us safe, that we need to sprinkle some of it around the house." But my mom cut me off, grabbing my chin, saying, "Don't you dare sprinkle this around the house." And she walked away, still mumbling though, 'cause I could hear. "You don't listen. Why don't you just listen? Why are you just like your father? Y'all don't even do anything around here." She then started pacing back and forth. She then took her container of pills out of her pocket, stormed inside, and I could hear that she locked herself in her room before I could even say anything. My sister started crying, and I just told her it was going to be alright, that mom is having a bad time from working so much. As I was moving the wheelchair up the steps to the doorway, the car pulls up to the driveway of the house. It was Rodrigo, and Ceci was with them. I was so happy to see them. Without even saying anything, I closed the house door and locked it, just in case my mom stepped out of the room she wouldn't hear us. Rodrigo and Ceci stepped out of the car. Ceci looked like a different person. She seemed to have aged, looking twice her age, heavy eye bags and looking like she hadn't slept. She asked me how we were holding up. I asked her, "What do you mean?" And she replied, "Isn't there someone in your house? Didn't someone follow you from the cemetery?" I briefly described everything I've been experiencing, and I even described everything that my sister was experiencing. "Yeah, it's her," Ceci said. "I only see her as a floating head in my room, but it's the same woman. The one without eyebrows or hair. She appears to me just like that, just a floating head in the middle of the night. Not only that, I spoke with Fidel and he said that we needed to go back to the witch's cemetery. He said that we have to return with everything that we brought, including the clothes that we wore when we first went in there, and burn it all there, inside of the graves. Basically purify ourselves. He said he doesn't know if it's gonna work, but it's worth the shot." I looked around, and that's when I said, "So, where is he?" He said he wasn't feeling good today when I called him this morning, so he was just gonna stay at home. Ceci said, "Let's go see him. I'm sure all of us convincing him will make him get up, even if he's sick." As I said that, Ceci got quiet. We tried to go pick him up, but his mom said that she hasn't seen him, and she thought he was with us. "That's weird. Rodrigo, I tried calling your place and your mom also said that you haven't been home." He looked at me and said, "I slept over at Fidel's house, and this morning I stepped out, but when I came back to his house a few hours ago, his mom said that he thought he had left with me, and that's when I went over to Ceci's house, and now we came over here. Maybe he went to the cemetery, but that wouldn't make sense. We can't even go near that place because of the police, and because of the body that they found, they would blame us. The mayor had been pushing the idea that there were no witches, it was just the local kids, and if we weren't safe, we would be the ones to be blamed. So we decided that we would do it all together, including Fidel, especially since it was starting to get dark, and because the mayor had mandated a curfew, we couldn't even be out this late." Before they left, I pulled Ceci aside, feeling a little unsure, but asking her if she could help me with something before she left. I gave her one of the bottles that Karina had given me earlier. Karina said this could help, to keep us safe. "Can you help me sprinkle some around the house?" Ceci gave me a skeptical look, You mean that crazy girl? You really believe this is gonna work? I shrugged. I had no other choice. I'm not sure, but it's worth a shot. With that, we walked around the outside of the house, sprinkling some around the corners and near the windows. I looked over to Rodrigo as he stood by the car, glancing nervously at the sky. He was probably anxious about getting back home. The mayor was strict about the curfew, especially because of the grave disturbances, and anyone caught outside after dark was gonna get in trouble. I mean, it's not that you couldn't go outside, but basically if you got caught, you better have a good reason as to why you were outside. Well, if you were a teenager, you had to be with a guardian. Anybody else wasn't exactly excused, as long as you had a good reason as to why you were out. He was serious about cracking down too. Our town isn't that big. Well, it is big, but everything is spread out just a few streets, so it was easy to come across someone at night because there weren't that many roads. We couldn't afford to draw any attention to ourselves, so I figured that's why he was looking nervous. I mean, after all, we did go around and leave all of our footprints and fingerprints around the graves, but I know it wasn't us who did anything with that body. Once we were done, Ceci and Rodrigo quickly said their goodbyes. You should head inside, Rodrigo said. The police are gonna come by here in a few, and I gotta drop Ceci off, and hopefully Fidel is back at the house by now. He has to be. I nodded, watching them disappear down the road before turning back to my sister, who was just sitting quietly on the porch. I lifted her into my arms. I carried her inside, her head resting on my shoulder. I walked inside the house. It felt quiet. We both fell asleep in the living room, and for a moment, I felt a sense of relief. Maybe because I felt safe with my sister, or maybe because the only escape from everything that was going on was when I was asleep, whenever I would dream. Dreaming and forgetting about everything. And I did dream, and it was my escape. But then, something happened that I think actually did happen, if that even makes sense. I heard someone knocking on the front door. Then I heard my mom's bedroom door open. She asked who was knocking at the door at this hour. I woke up. It wasn't quite morning yet, but it wasn't completely dark outside. The sun was beginning to rise. Someone's knocking on the door. Go check, my mom said. I got up to look out the window, and there was a woman outside, knocking. I recognized that face. She was extremely thin, standing outside. It was the old woman I had seen in the living room. The old woman that my sister saw. The one that Ceci saw. She was now standing, knocking at my door. I begged my mom not to open the door, but she didn't listen. She opened the door and stepped outside. I couldn't do anything. That's when I heard my mom say, "Good evening," and a voice outside responded. Filled with fear, I peeked out the window. I didn't even dare to get close to the door. "Good evening," the voice replied. Through the window, I could see that woman in front of my mom. However, she was locking eyes with me, looking straight at the window where I was. They were talking, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. What creeped me out the most was that she was looking directly at me the whole time. She then approached my mom and gave her something from her purse. And that's when my mom said, "Yes, I'll be right back." I figured that she was coming inside, so I ran to hide. Well, I acted to be asleep across from my sister. My mom came back in, and I'm not sure if she thought I was asleep or if she just didn't care. But my mom quietly approached my sister, and I acted to be asleep, only slightly opening my eyes so she wouldn't notice that I was watching. That's when my mom took what seemed to be a red rag. It almost looked like a scarf, and she passed it over my sister's face. Then she went back to the front door. As soon as I heard the door close, I got up to go look out the window again, and I saw how she handed the rag to the old woman. She then put it inside her bag, and the old woman looked at me with a look that I will never forget. She grinned, and that's when I noticed that she was missing a few of her teeth. Then, she waved at me. That's when I ducked away from the window just as I noticed that my mom was about to turn towards the window. And that's when I woke up. I woke up next to my sister. I looked at the clock in the living room, and it was 6 a.m. Surprisingly, this night was different from the others. Aside from this dream that I just had, we didn't experience anything strange. No creepy noises. No lady standing in the corner. No floating head. Nothing. It was almost peaceful. Almost like if what Karina had given us actually worked. I drifted off into sleep again with my sister next to me, thinking that maybe, just maybe, we had done enough to protect ourselves. When I woke up in the morning, I assumed my mom was still in her bedroom because the house was quiet, and my sister, again, she's a heavy sleeper. I then got up and did my business in the bathroom, and I figured I would try to go get more answers from Karina. When I went to go knock, I realized that the door was cracked open. I knocked for about 5 minutes and no answer. I decided to push the door a bit open just to see if everything was okay. But when I did, the whole house was empty. Like, completely empty. Like if nobody was living here. There were no signs of her, or even Pablito. It's almost like she had moved out. I went walking down to Mrs. Clarita's store, to see if she knew where Karina might have gone, or if she moved out or what. She said that she hadn't seen Karina in a few days, but that if she did leave, it wouldn't be the first time that someone left the town without paying what they owed. I know she was hinting at my dad. I know what she meant, but I mean, it's not like I could do anything about it. My mom was trying her best with her clothing business. Then, she smiled and said, "Speaking of people who leave, do you know when your father will be back?" I told her I didn't know, but that it wouldn't be long before he came back for us. I say that because I really did want him to come back and just move us out of this cursed place. I told her thanks for letting me know about Karina and to not worry. When my dad comes back, he's gonna pay her in advance. Yeah, right, I thought. I have no idea when he's coming back. As I was walking back home, I started thinking about how I couldn't trust my mom anymore. I had no idea what my mom had done, what she was doing, where she had been going, or anything. Damn, I wish my dad was here. I regretted big time not saying goodbye to him. I miss him taking me out and holding me, always locking down the house and making sure everyone was inside. Then, I got angry. I started to remember what the old lady who appeared to my sister said about him, that he wasn't gonna come back, that he had another family, and had forgotten about us. When I got back to the house, it was quiet. My mom wasn't home. I wonder where she went this time. And for a moment, I actually felt a small sense of relief. I actually felt better. Well, the house itself felt better when my mom wasn't home. My sister was still fast asleep in the living room, so I decided to make us some breakfast. It felt good, just spending time with my sister, playing with her as she woke up and having a normal morning for once. We hung out together, eating, and just watching a novela. Just as I was starting to feel some sense of calm, the house phone started ringing. I picked it up, and on the other end was Ceci, her voice shaky. "You need to come over right now. Please, we also have an idea." Without thinking twice, I convinced my sister for us to go to Ceci's house. She gave me a look like, here we go again. But that's how she was. I mean, there was no way I was gonna leave her alone here. I packed everything up for my sister, and I grabbed her wheelchair and off we went. It was midday by the time that we got there. The streets were empty. The whole town was empty. People almost seemed to be afraid of everything that was going on. Well, with the graves and everything else, that is. Including the curfew. Especially because nobody wanted to take a risk and be caught outside after dark. Especially after what was found later. That poor kid, or what was left of him, buried in those graves. When I finally got to Ceci's house, Fidel and Rodrigo were already there. I started to wonder why Rodrigo hadn't picked me up at this point, instead of having to walk with my sister all the way over here. I figured he must have been dealing with something as well, because when I got there, they all looked different. Even Rodrigo looked like he hadn't slept in days. I told my sister that we were just going to be here for a few, and I placed her in the living room with the TV on. And so all of us moved to the dining table, sitting down. We ended up talking about everything that was going on, and even Rodrigo said that he started experiencing some things at Fidel's house. Basically, we all determined it had something to do with this creepy woman that we all kept seeing. Ceci then said that after her and Rodrigo left my house last night, they went over to Fidel's house, and he was there. So they were just chilling outside in the front porch. Eventually, Rodrigo went inside the house to sleep, and that as they were just outside talking, they started to hear some crying. It sounded so close they assumed they were no longer in danger. Well, let me backtrack. You know how people down here say when it comes to La Llorona, that if you hear her cries far away, she's close. But if you hear her cries nearby, she's actually leaving. Well, they said that's what they heard, but that suddenly, down the street, they heard a woman who was walking, crying out loud, talking to herself and crying, looking around and turning towards them. When she saw them, she ran up to them and they were gonna run inside the house, but Ceci's mom had locked the door so that they wouldn't go inside. For all you young people, when we would visit each other and our parents had to go out or something, they would lock us outside so that we wouldn't go inside the house, or they would lock us out and they would go to sleep. That way, they would have to wake up to open the door and find out what time we got home. The next thing you know, the lady is right behind them. As they turned to look at her, she started saying, my son. Ceci started screaming because she recognized her as the mayor's wife. Not only this, she also looked like she was somebody else. Heavy eyes, looking like she hadn't slept or ate in days. She then started saying, my son, give me my son back. Give me my son back. Give me my son back. Then, a police vehicle quickly arrived. It was the mayor. He got out and hugged his wife, apologizing to Ceci and Fidel. But the woman wouldn't stop asking Ceci about her son. But then she started saying, help me find my son. The mayor took her away, and the two policemen apologized to Fidel and Ceci, telling them not to worry, that it was just a mental breakdown that she was having. Ceci then asked the police, officers, but is her son okay? She said that one of the policemen was about to answer when the other one interrupted him, saying, the couple never had children, you know that. They then walked away and left with the mayor and his wife. I then started telling them about what happened with my mom as well. How I saw my mom go over to my sister and do things to her. Well, not do things, but whatever it is that she passed over her face. I'm not sure if it was a dream or not, but it all felt real. I told them how I had watched from the window as my mom talked with this old woman, the one with the missing teeth, smiling and waving at me. I don't know if I can trust my mom anymore. I don't know if she's part of all this, or if she's being manipulated, but she's been acting very different. Ceci then said, whatever this is, it's getting worse. Everything is. Fidel then said that he remembers, aside from all the stories that he was told about the witches from when he was younger. He said that his mom used to say that this town was full of witches, and that sometimes these witches strike deals with some of the townspeople who could pay or offer something of value, something the witches could feed on. At least that's what some of us were told when we were younger. Rumors, that is. But he always thought they were just stories to scare kids into coming home on time, and so that they wouldn't talk to strangers. Wait, you don't think that my mom is offering my sister's health for something, do you? I said. Who knows what's going on at this point, Fidel said. For some reason, I didn't think my mom would be doing this, but I wouldn't doubt it with how she's been acting. We couldn't trust anyone, but I also didn't know what to do. I think we need to go back to the cemetery. It's not a coincidence that all of this started after we went. We need to find that woman, Fidel suggested. But the cemetery is guarded, Sassy said. Not that cemetery. Back to the witches' cemetery. No one knows where it's at. No one's been there, or will even go there. They're not guarding that one. They're guarding the old cemetery, where the body was found. I don't think they're even looking for it. Why don't we go, before night falls? We still have a few hours before it gets dark, Fidel said. I looked at Rodrigo, who's been quiet this whole time. What do you think? I asked. He looked at me and said, at this point I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't be digging into things we have no business messing with. What if it just makes things worse? Some things are better just left alone, where we shouldn't have been in the first place, Rodrigo said. Only the police and the mayor and his wife were out at night, trying to convince everyone that there was nothing to fear, that there were no witches. That's what they told everybody. Even rumors began to spread in town that on top of this, people could hear the Llorona at night. And this was true, to a certain extent. I believe it was the mayor's wife, since that's who Fidel and Sassy came across. I ended up leaving my sister at Sassy's house. She said that her mom was gonna work late today, so she would be the only one here. And so this time, we did something different from last time. Instead of going to the old cemetery first, we decided that we would park at the old abandoned farm, where we went to the party, and walk from there to the cemetery. It wouldn't be that far. However, we were gonna have to manage our time, since we would have to make it back before nighttime. When we stopped at the old abandoned farmhouse, we went inside, as the plan was to put Rodrigo's car inside. But once we enter, we noticed that the walls looked differently than from when we first came for the party. There were strange symbols all over the walls, the floor, and even the ceiling. I'm not even sure what it was, but it looked like this place had been used for something dark. Well, witchcraft, that is. I glanced at Rodrigo and Fidel. You guys never mentioned any of this when you told us about the party, I said. Where did you even hear about it? Rodrigo let out a sigh, avoiding my look, but it was Fidel who answered, looking nervous as he scratched the back of his neck. Someone posted about it online, on a forum, he said, with his eyes looking down. We didn't think it was anything serious. I stared at him, trying to process what he was saying. You're telling me that you dragged us here because of some random post? Fidel's face turned pale. It's not like we knew it would be like this, alright? Let's just get this over with and find that old crazy woman. At this point, we walked out and decided not to even park the car inside. The symbols, the markings, everything felt weird about that place. So we decided to walk to the cemetery, approaching it from the side, in order to avoid the front gate. From a distance, we noticed something strange. There were no police officers there. Maybe they were only stationed there at night, but it didn't matter. We were planning to cut through the forested area on the side and find the witch's cemetery again. We did end up walking through all the brush and the branches and trees. However, after about 30 minutes, something was off. This is the right way, right? Fidel asked. I nodded, even though doubt had already started creeping in my head. Yeah, I mean, it should be. Rodrigo chimed in. We found it last time. It was close by. We didn't walk this long. Overgrown bushes. The sky was starting to darken as well. Rodrigo stopped and looked around. You could see that he was annoyed. We've been out here for almost an hour, and still, there's nothing. It shouldn't be this hard to find. Or maybe, it doesn't want to be found, Sassy said under her breath, but loud enough for everyone to hear. What do you mean? Fidel shivered and ran a hand through his hair. This is crazy, y'all. Let's just head back before it gets too late. Plus, I'm starting to get creeped out. Looking around one last time, the darkness was creeping in fast. Yeah, we should head back. I need to get back to my sister. And if we're caught out here after dark, we'll have to make up some excuse for the police after we get taken to the police station. Fidel then looked around and said, "Alright, let's call it. We'll try again tomorrow, but we need to find her." We ended up retracing our steps and walking towards the only light out of the woods. As we finally made our way out of the woods, we stopped dead in our tracks. There, standing beside the open graves, was someone. It was her, the witch, the same woman. From a distance, we knew it had to be her, the witch, that old woman. However, it wasn't completely dark yet, so we could distinguish her shape. That's when I started running towards her, my heart pounding in my chest. I'm not sure what I was thinking, but I wanted answers from her. As I closed the distance, she looked up, right at me. That's when I realized it wasn't the old woman. It was Karina. My mind raced, trying to piece it together. What was she even doing here? Why was she at the cemetery? But before I could even call out to her, she turned and ran in the opposite direction, straight into the woods. I chased after her without thinking, too fast, and she stayed ahead of me, disappearing between the trees. All of my friends started shouting behind me, "Stop, don't go back into the woods." But I couldn't stop. I had to know what Karina was doing out here, why she had ran, and what she knew. And my friends' voices started ringing in my ears. I slowed down, realizing that she was gone. I stopped, defeated, turning back towards them. Rodrigo caught up to me first, shaking his head. "You can't just go off like that." Fidel looked shaken. "We told you to stop. Who knows what is out there?" I barely listened, my mind still on Karina. "We need to go. Something's not right. We have to get back to my sister." We made our way back to the abandoned farmhouse, and as soon as we got there, that's when we heard it. Low, eerie singing. The same ones that I heard after the day of the party, the day after the cemetery, the ones that had followed me home. We looked towards the cracks of the doors of the farmhouse, and we could make about 7 figures, their silhouettes barely visible in the darkness. None of us even dared to step inside. Whatever was going on here, we were not going to find out. "Let's get out of here," Rodrigo said. And with that, we took off. We went back to Sassy's house. My sister was asleep, and I hugged her. They took us home. It was very late. I imagined that my mom was going to tear me apart when I got home. But instead, she ran out of the house when Rodrigo pulled into the driveway. I stepped out, and she hugged me, and she said that we needed to talk. But she was smiling, happy. She was saying that my dad was on his way back. She said that she spoke to him, and that he was at a cousin's house about 6 hours away. However, since the Greyhound bus doesn't go close to our town, he was going to catch a private transportation company bus to bring him here, and he would be here at 4 in the morning. My mom said that he was coming for us. I'm not sure if it was to take us away or to stay, but he had told my mom that we would never be separated again. I kind of forgot about everything that we had been experiencing, as I was excited like never before. Even my friends got happy, and I jumped for joy. Even my sister woke up. I told her that our father was on his way back. My friends ended up leaving, and I told them that I would call them tomorrow. We all went to the living room and stayed up as long as we could waiting on him. My father had gone to the States a few times, and he always brought back so many things for us. Even all the small toys and sweets were pretty cool. However, my dad didn't arrive by 4 in the morning. We stayed up a little longer, a few hours, and then dawn came, and we were still up. my sister was already asleep, and I'm sure we all ended up snoozing in and out throughout the night. That's when my mom started calling his cousins, who actually said that he had left on time, that they dropped him off at the bus station, and they hugged him and said goodbye, and they actually did see him get on. We spent that whole day making phone calls and asking around town, calling my cousins asking them if they made sure it was him, that they left him on the correct bus, but it's like nobody knew anything about him. In the next few days, Fidel, Rodrigo, Ceci, and I all ended up losing someone. Someone disappeared, like Karina, who I never saw again. The people who do end up leaving town, like the mayor who stole everything that he could, who went on to work for the state government, and now he's in the Republic and a multi-millionaire, and he's married to a very beautiful, very young woman, who actually seems just as bad as him. At least that's what we think. Everything seems to have gone well for him, except for his wife, who went crazy, lost her mind. She was admitted to a hospital back in the capital. My sister, she woke up healthy one day, which is basically the only good thing that has happened since then, you can say. My mom has also been losing her mind. During the day, it's not so noticeable, but every night she wakes up and goes to wait for my dad. I don't really speak too much with Ceci. Fidel walks around the streets of the town like a madman, getting thinner and looking like he's on drugs or something. Rodrigo does come around, but he never lets himself be seen by anybody. People do say that when he comes, it's only for a day or two. He gets here in the evening, and he always leaves before dawn, without seeing anyone. Sometimes I feel like the cemetery is calling me. Sometimes I'll see flyers posted around town, talking about invites to parties, and this and that. But who's even putting these things around town? Sometimes I'll have dreams, and in the dreams, these people are begging me to go to the cemetery, but I refuse to. You know what's the worst part? Sometimes I hear my mom talking to someone when her room is supposed to be empty. Sometimes I hear someone answer her. Sometimes that pile of clothes on the chair moves in the darkness, and I refuse to look. I refuse to see if it's her again, that old woman. As a matter of fact, I see her so often. She sits at the market square. She looks very old. She seems like she's about to die, but she's still here. Every day, she sits in her wheelchair smiling at me with that same grin, almost like mocking me. Anyways, anything I say from here on will just be theories and speculations. And because of that, it's better that you come up with your own guesses as to what happened here. Maybe from the outside, you'll understand better than I do. But I swear, before I say goodbye for good, hear me out. I wish I could sit here and tell you that I left the town, that I was able to escape with my family far away from this place, that I got married and started my own family, and was now just telling the story. But I can't. I feel like my time is coming to an end. My mom is losing her mind. My friends, they're not here no more. And the guy who was supposed to be my boyfriend is no longer the same. I believe that the old woman is still alive because she took my father. And not only him, but also the relatives of Ceci, Rodrigo, and Fidel. That's why it seems like she's about to die, but she keeps hanging on. I think the witches, or her, also took Pablito and made Karina join their clan. Maybe that's why she also lost her mind, and that's why she was wandering around the cemetery. Maybe the mayor's wife lost her child because the mayor gave him up, possibly in exchange for what he has now, and that's why she went crazy. Just like my mom, who still waits for my father every single night, Something I don't understand is why Rodrigo comes back, but he doesn't let anyone see him. Why does he come back? And why does he leave? As far as the dreams and signs and the voices calling me back to the cemetery, I feel like they want me to do something in exchange for someone else's life, so that maybe this old woman can keep living, but I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just going crazy like everyone else in this town. For now, all I can say is this. You might be curious about witchcraft, about everything that surrounds it, but I beg you, don't do it. Don't mess with things you don't understand, and don't go near something that doesn't seem to have good intentions. Looking back, I should have known better. Who in their right mind would go to a cemetery at night, or to strange parties thrown by people you barely know in the middle of nowhere? I'm writing this and posting it online. Maybe one day someone will find it. Maybe someone will read it and wonder what really happened in this town. Maybe they'll dig deeper, but who knows if I'll even be alive by then. I never got the chance to say goodbye to my dad. How I wish I could go back to that day, to see him just one more time, to wrap my arms around him and hold on to him a little bit longer, to actually say the words that have been stuck in my heart ever since. But I didn't. And now, it's just me and my sister. Sometimes I wonder if he gave his life so that my sister could be healthy. I'll never know for sure. But what I do know is that it's just the two of us now. We hope to leave pretty soon, to get far away from here. But where can we go? I have no idea. Maybe I'll finally say goodbye. But for now, I'm left with just the memories. I just wish I could see him one more time. Hear his voice telling me that everything is gonna be okay. I'll wait, just like my mother is waiting, like we have all waited, for that moment when I can finally say goodbye, if it ever gets here.